Hey guys, welcome back to a new episode of DevDrawer. Today we're going to be doing something I've been wanting to do for a while. In some of my first videos, I created a series on how to build a CRUD application using nothing but PHP. So what I did this time was I created a video where it combined all of those videos into one video. So you don't have to go through different videos to see it. You can see this from start to finish. It's a long video, but I'm sure you'll enjoy it. Before you start watching it, if you haven't subscribed and you like videos like this, I have plenty of them for you to look at. So just take a look, leave a comment, like it if you like it, and let's go ahead and get started with it. We are going to be talking about how to connect to a MySQL database using PHP. By the end of this tutorial, we should have a simple CRUD system working. So CRUD means create, read, update, and delete. So like I said, we'll have a simple CRUD system working, not very fancy looking. We'll get into that in a future tutorial, but for now we're just going to kind of show you the functionality of it. So first thing you want to notice is that we are using WAMP. WAMP is a pretty cool way that you can create your own virtual server on a Windows machine. Typically we wouldn't use this in-house because we have our own Linux server with us, but for now I figured this would be the easiest way for a lot of people to get started. So I went ahead and took the liberties of creating a db.local web server on WAMP, and I've also opened up PHP MyAdmin. So this is where our database is going to live. This is where our files are going to live. So I'm going to go ahead and create a new file called index.php just to kind of show you that the web server is reacting to our code. So blank file, blank page. Over here we're using Visual Studio Code because it gives you a lot of really cool functionalities, like for example Emmet is built into it, so we could type in HTML:5 and it'll give us a HTML5 boilerplate. So let's go ahead and play around with this a little bit. We're going to call this website DevDrawer DB. And then I'm also going to add a H1 tag. So welcome to DevDrawer. And we're going to save this, refresh, and now we have DevDrawer DB and welcome to DevDrawer. So one of the things that we want to do is create the files for the CRUD system. So CRUD, you have your read right now, which is index.php, and we're going to create another file called create.php, which would be the C of CRUD, a new file which is insert.php, which would be the, well, create and insert, the same thing. I actually meant to have this one be update. So it would be the U of the CRUD system, and then finally a delete.php, which will be the delete file of the PHP system. So let's go ahead and get rid of these because we don't need them right now. This isn't the way you would normally set it up in a production environment. This is a very simplistic model of it just to kind of show you the functionality. But for right now we're going to create it like this. But in production you would use routes and views and controllers and all this other kind of stuff that we can get into in another tutorial. In my simple file systems, I like to create an includes folder where this would house the database connection, so db.php, as well as our function file, so functions.php. On our index page, we're just going to do a simple call to our functions file, so that way that we can start using functions that are included. So let's do include, and then I'm going to link to the includes folder /functions.php, and this will link out to this folder. In this folder, or I'm sorry, in this file, we're going to do a require once, and we're going to include our db.php. Since these are, they're in the same folder, we don't have to redeclare the includes folder. It's already there, so we're just linking to a file within the folder that it's already in. So we can just do db.php. So what we need to do right now is create a database. So we're going to log in using the root, and password is password because it is a it's a WAMP installation, so we haven't changed any of the default configuration. So root, blank password, we're logging into a MySQL database. We're going to create a new database, and let's call it DevDrawer, and we're going to create that database. So in this db.php, we want to connect to this database. And in order to connect to this database, we're going to use MySQLi. And I'm just going to call our connection MySQLi for simplistic purposes. You can call it con, you can call it db, you can call it whatever you want to, as long as it's something easily recognizable to you as a database connection. So we're going to do new MySQLi, and then we're going to put in the variables that we just set up. So localhost, the root user, it has a blank password. We're going to be connecting to the dev drawer database, and for WAMP usage we're going to be declaring the port as 3308. So once we have that done, we want to make sure that we can connect to the database. So if we do if MySQLi connection error or connect error, we're going to exit out the code and print a message saying error connecting to database. So right now we can test this out and there should be no errors on the site. However, if we come over here and let's say we got our password wrong, 123, now it'll show that error saying access denied, and it'll actually display the error message, error connecting to the database. You can turn off these warnings so that you don't see them, but for development purposes, it's pretty good to keep them in there to make sure that you got your variables declared and all this other kind of good stuff. So right now, let's go ahead and revert this back so that we're able to connect to our database. And I want to create a simple table. We're going to call it employees, and we're going to have an ID, first name, last name, and a phone number record. So that's going to be 4 columns, and we got our ID. We also want to make this the primary key and to have it auto increment. So we want to set it as auto increment and set it as the primary key. This way that when we add a new record to the database, that ID will automatically increment up so that you can keep track of your IDs and do your edits and deletes and updates based on those IDs. Then we're also going to create a F name, L name, and a phone. And we're going to set these as varchar 255 all the way down. The phone number can be whatever you want it to be, but we're going to allow dashes inside of our phone numbers, so we'll just go ahead and set it up as a varchar in order for it to take strings as well as integers. The ID type is going to be an integer because it is an auto incrementing ID. Alright, so let's go ahead and save this. Now we know the database that we want to hit, the table that we want to pull from, and we want to display it on this index.php. So inside of our functions file, we're going to create a function. Actually, first I want to show y'all a function that I use. So this is something that allows me to format arrays so that they're not just one very long string. It actually formats them so they're readable data. So I always call this function format code, and then we pass the array that we're going to format. You surround that with a echo of a pre-tag, and then you print out the array like you normally would, and then you close that pre-tag echo. Basically, this will wrap our array in a code, HTML code format, so that it actually displays it line by line rather than just one wall of text. You don't necessarily have to use this function. I just use it because it makes things a lot easier for me to digest whenever I'm trying to pull an array. Alright, so let's get started into our select statement. So we're going to call this select statement, and we're going to set a function with no variables. We're going to call it select all with no variables on it. So also one thing we need to do is global the MySQLi, which is the connection name that we called it here. This way we just don't have to declare it every single time we pull one of these functions on the front end. We don't have to pass it. We can just set it as a global variable that's called. Alright, so first thing we're going to do is we're going to create a statement equals MySQLi, and then we're going to use a prepared statement. So prepare, and then we're going to select star from employees. In production, never ever use star, because that selects everything from the entire database or the entire table that you're selecting from. So what you would normally do is, instead of doing star, you would select F name, L name, etc. But for this purpose, we're just going to select everything. The more you select, the slower your queries are going to be. So make sure that you optimize your queries to actually pull only what you want it to pull at that given time. Alright, so the next part, we're going to execute our statement. So statement execute, and then we're going to be displaying a result equals statement get result. And this is just going to get us a result. However, we want to check to see if that result actually has any rows being pulled. So if the result num rows is equal to 0, we're going to echo out no rows. If it's not, then it'll continue processing our function. So if there is rows, we're going to do a while loop, and while row equals result fetch a sock, and this will just grab us an associative array of the data that's contained in this table. Alright, so we're going to create, or we're going to append to a data array, and typically you would have like row F name here that would be tied into a F name variable on your array, but I'm just going to create the array and display the entire row that's being pulled. Again, typically you wouldn't want to do this in production, but for this purpose, I think just to kind of show you what it does, I think this is the way that we need to do this. And then we need to close out our statement. So this statement close corresponds with your statement execute. That way that every time you're done using an SQL connection, you close it out so that there's no bleed over into other functions. One other thing that I need to do here is to declare this data as an array and just make it blank, so that way it's not bleeding over from any other functions or any other displays on the web page itself. And then finally, after we close, we are going to return data. So now we have our select all function, and we have our format code of function. So inside of this, we are going to do a PHP format code, and then we're going to wrap our variable in it because we know that it's being returned as an array. If we go to look at our page now, we should see no rows, which is exactly what we want it to, because the database does not have any information in it. So let's go and add some information. Here, insert. So let's insert John Doe with a phone number of 123 456 7890. And then let's do another one for Jane Doe, and she's going to be 123 456 7899. Alright, so, and we're not going to add an ID here because again that is an auto incrementing ID. So we're going to go ahead and insert these two rows. Now if we go back to our page and refresh, we have two of our people being pulled out of the database based on our selection. So what we want to do is display all of them as a list, which right now it's just being displayed as an array. We'll go over how to put them into like a table or a list format so they can be formatted and made it look pretty, as well as have pretty links that can link you to your update and delete and insert and all this kind of stuff. But for now, it's just going to be just displaying an array. So this is our select all statement. It's pulling everything. But we also want to have a function to be able to pull a single person. And we're going to create that by doing select single statement. And then we're going to say this is the function select single, and we're going to return an ID. If that ID does not exist, we're going to force it to be null, so that way our executed statement will not actually run. Again, we're going to actually I can probably just copy all of this, just because it's pretty much the same thing. The only thing that we're doing is changing up the select star from employees, where ID equals question mark. And that question mark is going to allow us to bind a parameter to this statement, and that's just to kind of help prevent SQL injection, and kind of help prevent people from being able to modify your database by using bad code. So we're going to bind a parameter to this. So bind parameter, and then we're going to say that it's going to be an integer, and it's going to actually be the ID that we're pulling from the function itself. We don't need to have a data array in this, because we're not going to be displaying an array. We're actually going to be returning the single row, which again is probably not the best way to do it in production, but for this case we are going to just return the single array, or single row, as an array. Alright, so we can get rid of our while statement because we're only gathering one. So let's go ahead and take away while result equals so sorry, I lost my train of thought. So row equals result fetch a sock outside of the while loop, so it's only grabbing that single one from the database. And then we are going to declare our let's see, we have row, so it's already being set there. So instead of returning data, we are going to return row. Alright, so now if we go back to our index.php, we can take this function and wrap it into our format code, and let's get rid of this for now. And because we know the IDs of what's being produced in our database, we can hit browse and say that this is ID1, ID2. So if we pass the variable 1, that will pass. Spelling is really bad today. That will pass John Doe. If we pass the ID of 2, that will pass Jane Doe. So that's essentially how we can select all records, select a single record, and we can even set it up where in here, instead of doing format code, we can set a variable to equal select single 1. And let's change this to a 1 so we can reference. So with this, we actually are creating a variable user that is an array. So we could do something like echo welcome space user, since that's our variable, and we know we have an fname variable inside of that array. And then let's do lname as well. User lname. And then we close this off. So if we refresh the page again, now it says welcome John Doe. If we change this, it should say welcome Jane Doe. If we change it to a 3, no rows are going to be existing. So no rows. And you would account for that. You would have if a set user, then display this. If not, display nothing. You know, you can handle that a various amount of ways. But for right now, we're just going to leave it as no rows, so that we know that it's not hitting something if it's not hitting something. Alright, so let's go back to our functions. We need to start creating some insert records, update records, delete records, all this kind of cool stuff. So let's go over here and create an insert statement, and then we'll create the code that manages that insert statement. So we're going to go ahead and just say insert statement and close our comment, and then we're just going to create a function called insert and just leave it at that right now. So the next thing we need to do is on our create.php, we are going to so we already got it open, so let's just copy what we've done in the index.php. We don't need this because we're not displaying it, and we'll just change this to insert so that we can recognize what page we're on. So let's go ahead and create the form. So form action equals nothing because we're going to make it redirect to itself, but you can have it redirect to a route, a function, a specific page, however you want it to handle that. But for right now, we're just going to make it basically post to itself. So we're going to set the method as post, close out our form, and then we're going to create a label for first name was the first one, and you don't have to use for. However, if you want to be ADA compliant for people with screen readers, for kind of helps them point to where these labels are referencing. So we're going to do for first name, and then we're actually going to create the input type equals text, and then its name is going to be fname, its ID is also going to be fname. For right now, we're not really using the ID portion of it. We're using the name because that's what PHP uses, but if we ever wanted to do something with jQuery or Ajax, the ID, that's where that would come into play at. We're going to set the value to nothing because there is nothing here, since this is the create page. And I'm just going to copy this for the last name and the phone number. So let's change our variables name here. So we got lname, change this to last name, change this to phone, same here, phone. Alright, and then last thing we're going to do is add a button named btn insert. You can call it whatever you want to call it. I'm just going to have it for this so that we know what we need to call the top of our page. Alright, so now we want to do, let's go ahead and see what it looks like, and then I'll show you what we want to do with it. So let's go to create.php. So we have our form and our insert record. Right now it doesn't do anything, so we just want to kind of go in there and at the top of this include a function, or include our insert function. But first thing we need to do is check to see if the insert button has been clicked. And the way to do that is to check for is set post, since it is a post form, btn insert. And if it checks to see that that post has been done, it'll check to see if the btn insert has been pushed. If it has, then we're going to run our insert function. And let me go ahead and do my end if. Now, what we don't know is that this hold on, let's see, if is set unexpected if. Oh, it's because I forgot my semicolon. Alright, so what we don't know is what we're going to insert yet because we haven't done anything with that function. So I'm going to come back into here, and we're going to be passing those variables that we just created. So fname, we're going to make it equal null if it doesn't have anything produced. Then same thing here, lname equals null, and then lastly phone equals null. And this will basically just let us grab those variables from the post. So let's go ahead and do our global MySQLi connection again, and then we're going to create our statement. It's going to be statement MySQLi, and we're going to use a prepared statement again. So prepare, and this time we're going to do, instead of doing select from, we're going to do insert into employees, and we're going to set the variables that we're inserting. So fname, lname, phone, and the values of that insert is going to be question mark, comma, question mark, comma, question mark, because we're using a prepared statement. Now this prepared statement is also going to have the parameters binded to it. So we're going to do bind param, and it's basically the same thing that you see up here where we're binding the integer, but we're not binding an integer this time. We're actually binding 3 strings. So it's going to be SSS, and then we're going to declare those strings from the what we're pushing over to the function itself. So fname, lname, phone, and that is all that we need for these 3. And then we're going to execute our statement. And then finally, we're going to close our statement. So for a function like this, you would typically, as soon as you get done inserting it, you would redirect it, or whatever it is. But for right now, we're going to skip that. We'll do that whenever we get something like an update.php page done, and then I'll show you how to pass some variables over to it. For right now, we're just going to be inserting this statement. So if we go back to our page over here, we're going to say that now we want to have test person with 0. Alright, and then we go to hit insert record. It's going to redirect back to the same page, so you don't know that anything happened. But if we go over to our database and we hit browse, wait, oh, we're not passing the variables yet, so it doesn't know what it needs to run, so it's not running anything right now. So let's go back to our create, and we've already our create. So we've already added the function here, so we just need to pass these post variables to it. So post fname, and then we're going to post lname, and then phone number. So let's do that real quick. Alright, so now that these variables are being passed along to our insert statement, we should be able to run this again. So let's do test person with a dummy phone number and insert record. Now if we come over here to browse, you see that test person has been added with the dummy phone number. So right now we have this, it just redirects back to itself. What I want it to do is whenever you insert a record, I want it to go to the update.php page, which the update.php page is pretty much going to look just like this. It's just going to use a different function. So let's go over to the update. We're going to paste this in, and then we're going to change this up. So we're not going to be using btn insert to do our update, and we're not going to be using the insert function to do our update. We're actually going to be doing the update function to do our update. However, for this information down here, we're going to have to grab a variable based on an ID. So let's say we'll do that in just a second. Let me kind of clean it up a little bit so we know that this is the correct page. Alright, so now we're on the update page. We have our isSet done. Everything is still named the way that it should be. So what we need to do here is declare a variable just like we did on the home page. So we can do user isSet get ID. Now the difference between get and post is post comes with the form, get comes with the URL, which I'll show you in just a minute, but it's basically a question mark ID equals 1. Whereas post, everything is hidden. So you always want to make your forms do post updates, and then you want to do gets for stuff like this. But right now we're just getting a it's an ID that's straight out of the database, which is something you wouldn't normally want to do. What you'd want to do is encrypt that ID whenever you're sending them over to that page, and then decrypt it on this page. But for now, for simplistic purposes, we are just going to continue on with the basically the plain text ID. Alright, so if set get ID, we're going to, so if it is set, we're going to select single, which is the function that we created and displayed on the index.php page. But this time, instead of passing an ID, we're going to get a dynamic ID, or we're going to return false. Now, if we return false, we want it to do something. If we return false, we want it to show a message down here that says to not update, or not show the update form. So what I'm going to do here is we're going to do if, or PHP if user is not equal to false, display the form. Otherwise, let's do our PHP else. Let's go ahead and add our end if. So if it doesn't display the form, we just want to do h1 user is not set, try again. And we can actually test this out. So if the user is not being set, which means that it's not able to grab anything, it's returning a false, or the ID itself is just not pulling anything over, we're going to have user is not set, try again. So if we come over here to update.php, it says user is not set. However, if we do update.php ID of 1, it shows our form. But now what we needed to do is to show that data that's contained inside of that form. And the way that you do that is inside of the values, since you're returning a value and you know that there's a value present in order to be at this position, we're going to do PHP echo user fname. And that's just basically going to return that value in that array that we've assigned. And again, we're grabbing everything from the database. Not the best way to do it, but then you get the idea. Alright, so now if we go back over here, refresh, we got John Doe. We change this to 2. We got Jane Doe. If we change it to 3, we got test person, the one that we just inserted into it. Alright, so now we have this page. So let's go back to our insert.php. It's not insert, it's create. Create.php. Okay, so in our create.php, the function is that you want to insert it, and then you want to, it does nothing currently, but we want it to go in there and redirect them to the update page. So we're going to add a header redirect, and we're going to set the location to use the MySQL insert ID. So we know we're going to update.php, and the ID is the variable that we need to pass. So ID equals, and then we're going to do MySQLi insert ID. So now when we add a new person to our employees database, it's going to redirect them to update.php ID, grab the ID that it inserted. So let's go ahead and test that out. So let's come in here and say someone else 555 55 5555. Insert that record, and now we're on the update page for someone else because it passed over that ID of 4. Okay, so now what do we want the update functionality to do? So we have our update function here. We know we're going to get fname, lname, and phone. So we can essentially take this, copy it, change this to update, and then change this to update. So there's going to be some key differences, not a lot of differences, but some key ones. So first thing we're going to do is, instead of doing insert into, we're going to do update employees. And then instead of doing it this way, we're going to do set fname equals question mark, lname equals question mark, and then finally phone equals question mark. And then we can get rid of this for now, but we're also going to have to pass on the ID. So where ID equals question mark. If you don't pass on the ID, then whenever you go to run this, it's going to update all employees. So it's very important to make sure you have that ID, and we're going to set it up here so it passes that ID to our function, and it is required, so it cannot ever be null. All right. So we're going to bind our parameters again. So we're going to do string, 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 integer, and then we're going to our fname, lname, phone, and then ID. Then we're going to execute it, and then we're going to run. Let's go ahead and get rid of this so we don't end up making it go back to itself. And we're going to do if statement affected rows is false or equal to none, then we want to echo out no rows updated. And the reason that we're going to do this is because we want to got an error, unexpected ID. Yep. Okay. So $. Okay. So what we're going to do, okay, so essentially what we're going to do is we're going to update the employees, we're going to bind those parameters, we're going to execute that statement, and then we're going to check to see if there's any affected rows. If there is no affected rows, we're going to update no rows updated, because if you're over on the update side and you don't type anything and you hit submit, it doesn't actually do anything, so we're just going to show them that nothing's being updated. So and we can test that now. So if we go to update record, oh, I got to pass the ID. So let's go back here, and then in our update, we're going to create a hidden field that's called ID. So let's come over here and do input type equals hidden, name equals ID, value equals this. Now we're going to do PHP echo user ID, because we want to get what's being pulled from the database, and then we're going to close that out. Alright, so now let's come over here and we refresh the screen. So let's change this to, right now let's test out what we were trying to test previously, where we hit update, it should show no records updated. Losing my mind today. Post ID needs to be passed because we are gathering that. Let's try that again. So let's confirm to reconfirm the submission. Okay. Let me see. We got our execute statement, line 53. We're binding the parameters. So we're passing the ID, binding the parameters, and then we're executing it. Okay, and let me go back one, and let's check to make sure that it's okay. It's grabbing the ID, and on our update page, we are doing the post ID. Call to a member function on bool. Line 53. So let's see, what are we doing wrong? Fname, lname, phone ID. Fname, lname, phone, where ID equals question mark. Well, if y'all can find that before I do, definitely comment in the comments below, because I am not seeing what is wrong with that statement. Call the member function bind parameter. Update employees set F name. Oh, missing a comma. Did y'all catch it before I did? Alright, well, let's see if that finally works. So let's try that again. Ta-da. Okay. Commas, semicolons. Okay. Anywho, so let's go back to getting into what we were getting into. So no rows have been updated because it didn't actually change anything. What if we come over here and do someone else to, or someone to else, it'll update. So we can go back to ID 4 and it's there. We can change any of these records and it'll keep that update for us. Else to someone else. Alright. Alright, so now we have the read, the update, and the insert. So create, read, update. The next function that we need to do is delete. So let me go ahead and copy this, because once you kind of get your base pattern for your code done, it's pretty much the same thing, more often than none. Alright, so let's create a function called delete.php, or delete when we're going to pass an ID variable. And the ID again is required in order to proceed. Okay, so we're going to use another prepared statement, and we're going to, instead of doing this, we're going to delete from employees where ID equals question mark. And there is no set. So delete from employees where ID equals question mark, and we're going to pass this one parameter of ID so we can get rid of that, and then we're going to execute it, and then we are going to close this, and then once we get done doing this, we're just going to redirect it back to the home page. So we're going to do header location slash. So now once this is deleted, it will just redirect them back to the home page. So on our delete page, since this is the last one that we have left, we are going to, we don't need to display any information here because it's basically just a pass-through page. So we're going to include our includes/functions functions.php, and then we're going to user, I'm just going to declare the variable. It's not even being used for anything, but just to prevent any kind of future issues, or if we actually want to be able to pass it anywhere. So we're going to do get ID, and if the ID is not set, or if it is set, we are going to run the delete function, or we're just going to exit and not do anything. We could also have it where it redirects back to the home page regardless of whether it's set or not. Just for this purpose, we're just going to not do anything. And then we're going to run that get ID against that function. So let's go ahead, and we got someone else here, and we got someone else here in the database. So we're going to change this to delete.php and delete ID of 4. Browse. It removed it. However, it did not redirect to our location. So we're binding it. Header location. Oh, semicolon. Man, I am bad at typing today. Okay, so now this one's not going to be any good. So let's go back to the home page so we can see what variables we can pull. So let's go ahead and delete the test person. So delete.php ID of 3, since the ID is declared here. Hit that, redirects us back to the home page, and now you can see that it's done. So we have our read, our create. So let's go ahead and create someone else. So test person Now we also have our update, so we're going to do tester person, and we go back to the home page and we have tester person with an ID of 5, and finally we have our delete.php ID equals 5. So there we go. So first thing we're going to do is I want to browse out to our database real quick just to have it open in the background. And again, we're using root and password as the password. And let's go ahead and log, oh, no password. So root and no password. And then our database is going to be dev drawer, same as it was last time, with the one table that we have for employees, which you can see right here. So first thing we want to do is go out and grab Bootstrap. So I'm going to come over to here to my code, and we're going to add something in the header up here in order to grab Bootstrap. So if you're not familiar with Bootstrap, Bootstrap is a CSS framework. It was originally created by Twitter internally, and they liked it so much that they released it to the internet for free. So it's a very common CSS framework. There's a lot of them out there, and I'm using this one in particular because a lot of people have used it before. And if you're not familiar with it, it's very easy to get started with, and it incorporates JavaScript, it incorporates CSS, HTML. So there's a lot of really cool things that it can do. So it's not just a CSS framework, it's kind of like an all-in-one framework for front end. And a lot of people use it. The only thing you have to be mindful of is whenever you're creating something with a Bootstrap framework, you will end up looking like every other website out there if you don't modify it and customize it. In this tutorial, we're not going to modify it and customize it. We're going to just use it as is, so you can kind of get the feel of what you're supposed to do in order to get it to work. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to go to getbootstrap.com. So that's getbootstrap.com, and here, this is where you can download it. So you click on get started, and it gives you the CSS, it gives you the JavaScript that you need, or it gives you a starter template. Since we already have a website that's been started over here, we're not going to use a starter template. We're just going to start adding this CSS and JavaScript into our files. So let's go ahead and copy the CSS and put it in our header. And then we're also going to copy the JavaScript, and we're going to put it into the before the body closing tags. So whenever you get done adding your CSS and JavaScript, you should see something that looks like this. So right now, if we go to save this and refresh our page over here, you can see that it changed a little bit. There's default fonts that are used with it, there's default classes, and right now we are not using any styling on it whatsoever. So what I like to do is wrap everything, wrap all of the content inside of a div class container dash fluid. You can use div class container instead of container fluid if you want to have it where it's set to a specific width. Container fluid just kind of makes it extend all the way out to the edges of the screen and then still give you a little padding. Like right now it's butting up right up against it, but if we refresh the page, now there's padding on each side. If we change this over and do container, it'll actually make it where it's a max size and you'll have a lot of spacing on it. However, whenever you're using bigger monitors, you always want to kind of code for those as well. So we use div class container dash fluid in order to code for those better, and we can control the container a lot more. So if it's something where we got full size images going from left to right, we want to make sure that those are displayed without being inside of a blocked element. Alright, so now we have our Bootstrap set up inside of our website. So I want to take some of this code and I want to remove it, but I want to keep my select all, and I'm going to change this into a function call at the top instead of variable. So all employees equals select all. And if you remember from the last episode, this select all just basically displays what you're seeing in the browser right now, where it just displays an array of everything, and we have it formatted, format code, so we can actually see that array. So it's pulling back an array, and then we're displaying it with format code where it adds a pre-tag at the end and at the beginning before it prints that array. So we want to go ahead and get rid of that because we're going to make this into a much prettier interface using DataTables. So for right now, I'm going to go ahead and delete this and save it. So one of the cool things about Bootstrap is that it comes with its own icon set. However, we like to use FontAwesome, and you can find FontAwesome by going to their website, FontAwesome.com, and then they have a how to use section on it. So if you go to their homepage, screen is very small, so let me zoom out a little bit so it gives me more of a wide screen. I have it very small in order to show both of my screens at the same time. But they have this start at the top. You click on start, and then you can come over here to see all the ways that you can use it. The way that they refer you to use it is to click on hosting font yourself, hosting FontAwesome yourself. So what they do is they give you a folder that you can download that contains the CSS, the JavaScript, the LESS, the SCSS, the sprites, SVGs, web fonts. They give you all of it, and then you just create a link, a CSS reference link, and have it point to your folder, and then you can include icons like this. That this would get you a user icon. This would get you the GitHub icon that has a square around it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and I've already downloaded the FontAwesome for the web, so I'm going to, inside of my folder over here, I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to call it fonts, and then I'm going to browse out, which you won't be able to see on your screen, but you should be able to see it whenever I populate it over. So if you bear with me just a second, I'm going to copy this and copy it into my fonts folder. So it's currently copying it right now, and you can see that it populated with all of the files that you downloaded, and that way it's just something that we can reference later in our header in order to grab those files. So whenever we are adding a reference to an internal font, you want to, let me put something underneath here. We're going to add another link, rel equals style sheet, and we're going to make it href equals /fonts, which is the folder that we just created, /css /all.css, and that's basically just going into here, and we got css all.css. You can do the min version of it. You can link to specific brands. There may be some instances where you want to display, a Facebook, Twitter icon, so you might need to include one of this, but the all should cover most of it. You just have to call it differently, which you can see on the browser itself down here. So this one's FAS to do a user, because this is calling the solid.css, so FAS for solid, FAR for regular, FAB for brands, or you can just do FA and it'll give you the generic fonts that are available. If you try to do something and it adds like a square to your browser, you might be able to go in there and change it to FAB if you're trying to add a GitHub square icon. So you see FAB, FAS, FAR, FAL. So solid, regular, light, brands. So let's go ahead and get out of our FontAwesome window, and we're going to add something here that incorporates the one of those icons. So for here, let's go ahead and click on our H1 tag, and we want it to be like a circle or a checkbox or something like that. So I'm going to do, inside of my H1 tag, I'm going to do em class equals fa dash check dash circle. And the reason why I'm doing fa circle is because I want to have a checkbox with a circle underneath it, or I'm sorry, inside of a circle. So let's go ahead and save that, and if we go back to our website over here, we now have a checkbox inside of a circle. If we do just the check, it's going to show just the checkbox with no circle around it, which doesn't look as pretty to me as the circle being around it. Okay, so one thing that we're going to have to deal with eventually is we don't want to have to modify every single page every single time we want to add a new style sheet or JavaScript. Like for example, we don't have our own style sheet in here, so we don't want to use this way. The better way to do it that I found is to create a new folder, and we're going to call this theme. You can call it whatever you want to as long as you know how to reference it. And then in this theme folder, we're going to create a new file called header-scripts.php. So this header-scripts.php is going to be called in place of this. So that means we only have to add it one time, and then we can modify it later, and it updates it on every page that it has this include function that we're fixing to add on it. So we're going to go right here, and we're going to do PHP include, close that out, and then we're going to do theme / header -scripts.php. Now, if we go back to our page over here and refresh it, you can see that it still works. That's because it's essentially printing out what we have here inside of our header the same way we had it. So we also want to do the same thing with our footer scripts. And again, you don't have to do it this way. This is just an easier way for you to keep track of it. If you're using WordPress or you're using a framework for PHP, you wouldn't necessarily do it this way either. You would do it inside of your functions.php file if you're using WordPress, or you would do it in one of the core files if you're using something like Laravel. But for this purpose, we're going to include our own footer and header scripts. And if you're wondering why I put the JavaScript at the bottom and the CSS at the top, is because JavaScript, you don't want to hold up the processing of your website by waiting on your JavaScript to load. So CSS is pretty important whenever you go to load the page. I try to keep my primary CSS at the top of the site. That way, even if there's a little bit of a load time, maybe like a half a millisecond or something like that, it won't be too detrimental. If you're trying to load the entire Bootstrap JavaScript library on load of your page, it could make it where your users are sitting there for a few seconds waiting for those elements to appear. Usually you can get away with it by having your jQuery and Bootstrap and anything else in the footer, because you want to load your content first. That way that they can see it, and then there may be a millisecond where it switches over to actually display your CSS and your JavaScript properly. But for this purpose, we don't really have to worry about it because it's a very small website, nothing that it's really doing. Just kind of FYI as to why I did it that way. Alright, so the next thing we want to do is we want to include our footer scripts in the same place that we actually had the scripts, and we're going to change this to footer. And now I'll show you why we did it this way. So with this one folder, this one file, we can go to like our update page and include it here, and then go down to the bottom right before the body tag and include our footer down here. Now, whenever we go to modify this, or we go to modify this, it'll be updated on the update.php page as well as the index.php page. Okay, so we'll go through and do the rest of the pages just like that in a little bit, but there's another script that I want to show you that I think most people, some people may not be aware of it, but if you are a developer, you've probably seen it if you've ever had to display data, and they're DataTables.net. And whenever you go there, we want to create a table that looks like this. You can use Bootstrap's table, but I like this because you can filter, you can show all of the entries, you can filter it down and up, you can search for it. So if we search for New York, it automatically filters out the things that are not New York. So just kind of an example of what you can do, and I've seen people that use Bootstrap to do it. There's a lot of ways to do it. None of them are especially the wrong way or the right way, but this is one of the coolest ways that I found to do it that's very simple. So we're going to go ahead and load in our CSS. So we're going to go to our header scripts, and we're going to create another link rel equals style sheet with an href of the link that we just copied from their website. And then we're also going to include our JS the same way that we did here. So I'm going to copy over one of these scripts, move it over, and we're going to call this. Best practices would be to download these two files for production use, because you don't want to be relying on someone else's structure with their file system, you want to make sure that you have the copy of these files that you're using, just to make sure that if their site ever goes down, it doesn't bring down the scripting or the CSS for your website. Plus, it also removes some of the load time that their website has. Right now, it's going through a CDN, which is kind of negligible for what we're doing, but if you don't want to use their resources when you could be using yours. Alright, so next I want to create a new file in the parent, and I'm going to call this init for initialize.js, and inside of my initialize.js I'm going to copy over this script. So it's a jQuery script where it's looking to see if the document is ready. Once it's ready, it's going to take whatever table we create, and it's going to add the data table interface, which should make it show like this. So we need to save this, and we're going to add a reference to that script in our footer-scripts. So we're going to do /js/initialize.js. And the reason I'm doing a slash right here is because if you right now they're all on the primary domain, so it's going to be /delete, /create, /update. But you could have something like update / the number of the employee that you're updating. And if you don't have the slash in here, it's going to be looking for a /update/js. So this right here just basically tells it to default back to the primary domain where our current JS is stored. Actually, it's not even inside of a folder. So I would normally create that inside of a folder, but I'm not going to right now. It's already initialized. So I'm just going to leave it as it is here. And if we go back to our page over here, and we go to inspect the elements, you can see inside of our header, or our head, we have the links to all of the files that we just added. And then if you look inside of our body, you can see that we also have all of the links that we added for our scripts. Alright, so let's go ahead and close out of this for now. And we're going to take all of the data that we were displaying in an array in the first episode, and we're going to actually display it inside of a table. So let's go back to let's go ahead and close out of this, and this, because we don't need any of these right now. Okay, so inside of this container fluid, we're going to add a table. So let's do table class equals table, which is a Bootstrap class that'll format the table properly. And then we're also going to call this data table. That way, and we have it on our JavaScript to list it as a ID. So we're not going to worry about that right now, because if we wanted to display multiple tables on one page, we couldn't use an ID because then it would break the JavaScript. So we're going to do it as a class so we can display multiple tables if we wanted to. We won't for this tutorial, but maybe in the future we will. So let's go ahead and close out our table. And then we're going to add a t-head. If you're not familiar with t-heads, that is basically the header rows of your table. And this DataTables.net script requires a t-head in order for it to be able to display the paging as well as the sort functionality. So we're going to be referencing our database here. So we got ID, fname, lname, and phone. So let's go ahead and create, so tr and then th instead of td. Td is inside of the body, th is inside of the head. So th ID, let's close that out. Let's go ahead and copy this down. So we're going to do ID, first name, last name, phone, and then we're also going to have a blank one here that we're going to have our actions on. So let's go ahead and rename these. Alright, so now let's close out our row and we close out our head. And now we start our t-body, which is where the data will go. So inside of our t-body, we're going to do a for each loop that loops through all of our array items and displays them in a table. So I'm going to go ahead and close out our t-body, so that way that we can start working on the PHP part of it. Alright, so let's do our first PHP tag. We're going to open it up, and we're going to do a for each, and we're going to use this variable that we declared up here for our array. and we're going to do for each the array as an employee. So that way we're taking each row in this array and we're creating a variable that we can reference to be able to display what's inside of that row. Alright, so we got our for each tag. Let's go ahead and close out, go end for each, and then we're going to come in here and we're going to echo out a row. So we're going to have to echo out, let me go ahead and try to format this so y'all can see it better. So TR, which is the row, and then TD, which is the inside of the row. Then we're going to close out our row. So let's go ahead and do our ID first. So we declared it as the single row as employee, and then we're going to grab that ID from the array. Alright, so let's go ahead and copy this, and we're going to make first name, last name, phone, and then for here we're just going to have it blank for right now. So we're going to do ID first. No, we called it F name, I believe. And then we're going to do L name. And then we're also going to do phone. So for right now, we should be able to close that out. We should be able to have a table that displays whatever's coming through in that array. So let's switch back to our home page. We're going to do a quick refresh, and now we have it all displayed in a table, which looks very nice. It doesn't appear that it's using the JavaScript. Oh, that's because we need to take our class that we called it, open up our initialize.js, and change it from ID or hashtag mytable to .datatable. Now if we refresh, so footer scripts, initialize.js, let's see if there's any errors that are pulling over. So we open up the console, there's nothing pulling over right now, so maybe a hard refresh. There we go. Hard refresh did the trick. So let's say we wanted to filter this by John, it'll show just John. We want to filter by Jane, it'll show just Jane, or we filter nothing and it'll show everything. And you can see the paging or the down and up sort arrows. So you can come over here and sort these however you want. Alright, so now we have our table. So this is primarily what DataTables is going to do for you. It's pretty simple. There's additional ways you can call it, so you don't have to do it this way. You can actually create a JavaScript that will use an AJAX function to run through a PHP array that we're getting up here. And there's a whole bunch of ways that you can set this to be displayed, but for this tutorial we're just going to go over the basics of getting it to display using a for each loop. In the next tutorial we may go over integrating AJAX into it so you can pull from it, you can edit, you can update, all without kind of leaving the page. So let's go ahead, and I want to add the information here that would allow us to delete or edit each one of these records based on this ID. Because if you remember in the last episode we had an update where the ID of 1 would display the record that we can update. Same thing with delete. So what we want to do is give an easy way without having to remember the ID and type in the .php, and we can do that from here. So on our code over here we're going to let's go ahead and do table class equals text right, which is a function or a class of Bootstrap, and it's going to align that text to the right. So let me bring this over a little bit so you can see it a little better, and then we're going to create a link that replicates what we just did manually with the update.php page. So let's go ahead and do this, and we're going to name this one update. And inside of this, I'm going to copy over this real quick, and because we're going to be using that ID, so we're going to do /update ID equals employee ID. So we can also take this and bring it down, and now we can change this from update to delete, and we can also change this to delete. So now if we go back to our page, refresh, we now have an update and a delete button. So if I click on update, we're going to be able to update Jane Doe. If we click on update for John, it now says John Doe. So we've essentially created a table of records that we can reference very easily. If there's 1,000 records in here, it's only going to show the first 10 unless we tell it to show all of them, or you can set it to show 50 or 100 or 1,000, whatever you want to do. So this is kind of how we incorporated the data tables to make it a lot easier to be able to visually represent our data. Okay, so there's a few things I want to do. I didn't click on delete because I don't want to delete these right now. So what I can't do from here is add a new record. So what I want to do is to be able to create a header using Bootstrap that will allow me to add a new record to this table using the insert.php or create.php that we created in the last episode. So I also want to create another theme folder, our theme file, that's going to be called header.php. And this is going to be inserted, let's just say about right here, because we're going to have the navigation that controls the insert, log in, log out whenever we get to that functionality. Right now, we're just going to, I don't even think I want to include it in here. Right now, we're just going to include a reference to it. Let me take it back a little bit. So I'm going to not put it inside the container fluid because sometimes your header stretches further than your content does. So in the case of this, we're actually going to add a container fluid inside of the header.php that we created. But for right now, let's go ahead and include our theme / header.php. And now we already created our file over here, so if we refresh the page, nothing's going to happen because we haven't added anything to it. So if we go to header.php, and we can go in here and add information to it. So there was a function that we used on this page initially in the first episode that was like the select all. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this, but it's not going to be the select all, it's going to be the select single, just to kind of simulate a user that's logged into the system. We don't have a login screen currently. We can add one of those later, but for right now we're just going to simulate that this information is being gathered whenever they log in. And I just realized I spelled employees wrong, so I'll fix that in just a second as well. Let's go back over here and do all employees the way that it should be. Alright, so now we're gathering the user with the user ID of 1, which will return John Doe. So we want to create a welcome message. So welcome equals welcome / or welcome comma user fname, and then we're going to add a space in between these two, and we're going to do user lname, and that's going to give us the welcome message that we want to display on this page. So let's go ahead and go into the header, and we're going to add our div class equals container -fluid. That way it stretches across with the content. If we limit the content size, we can also limit the header size. If we, in the future, if we choose to have the header go all the way across and the content be contained, we can just remove this class. But for now, we're going to use it. So also with Bootstrap, it comes with a really cool column structure system. So if you think about a website, think about it in 12 different columns. So let's say on this page, if we wanted to have a div that spanned across all 12 columns, we would do in a Bootstrap class of column-12. If we wanted to have something where it was a div that extended all the way across to the middle, we would do column-6, because 6 is half of 12. Same thing if we wanted to do a third, a third, and a third, we would do column-4, 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 and that'll present us with 3 columns to put in our content. And you can use the numbers in any way that you want to, so we can have 4 on this side and then 8 on this side, as long as they equal to 12, because 4 plus 8 equals 12. So for our header, we're going to split it up to pretend that we have a logo. So let's say we have our div class equals row. So the row is what contains those columns, and you have to have a row with the columns or else the columns won't work. The row basically just tells it that anything contained inside of this div is considered a column. So we got our first class created, which is row. The next class we're going to do is class equals column. I'm not going to add a number to this one because I don't technically know what it is right now. And this is where we would have like a logo. So we're just going to put logo here. And then we're going to close out our column. And then we're going to close out our row. So now we want to be able to display our navigation. And our navigation can be pulled from a database. It could be pulled from anywhere. We're going to manually code it for this purpose. So we're going to create another div, and we're going to do column dash medium, which is a medium device, which is basically a horizontal tablet and up. If anything below a horizontal tablet will display at a column 12. If you wanted to change that, so let me go ahead and do this. So column MD-8, but if you wanted to make it where a mobile does 6, you would do column SM-6. Or you can just do column -6, and it'll display everything prior to a vertical tablet would display at 6 rather than 8. So for right now, we're just going to default it to 12 and use the 8, which would make this column go to 4, because 4 plus 8 equals 12. So we don't have to declare this one because we didn't know what it was, but we know we want this one to span the majority of the screen, and we're going to make it where this column on tablets and above display at 8 columns, and this one displays at 4 columns. Anything below that, they'll both default to 12, so you'd have your logo above whatever we're fixing to put inside of here. Alright, so let's go ahead and close this off. And we're going to add a nav tag. And then inside of the nav tag, we're going to do a UL, which stands for unordered list. If we wanted to do an ordered list, we would do an OL, which would display numbers. This one would display dots, which we will handle through our own CSS. So let's go ahead and add a href equals slash just to be able to bring them back to the home page, which we're going to call dashboard. Alright, so we got our first list item, and let's go ahead and close out our list and close out our nav. So if we go back to our site and we refresh it, we'll see that we have logo here with dashboard where it's not lining up where we want it to go. We want it to actually be lined up over here. So inside of this, we're going to use that text-right class again in order for it to move that text to the right. There's still some wonkiness going on with these dots, which is part of the list item. So we'll handle that in just a second, but what I want to do right now is create additional links. So we have a dashboard link. We want it to have a create new link, and then we're also going to display this welcome message that we have at the top. So for the welcome message, we don't need to have a link, so we're just going to do PHP echo welcome because that is what we called it at the top. On this one, we're going to do /insert because we have our insert.php. Nope, it's not insert, it's create. I keep saying insert. So create because it's part of the CRUD system. CRUD for create. Alright, so we're going to title this one create new. Now if we refresh our page here, still isn't pretty, but we're working on that. So if we go to click on create new, it brings us to the insert page. Same thing with the dashboard, it just brings us back to the home, and then this brings us to the update.php, but we can't currently get back unless we hit the back button. So what I want to do here is take this code that we just edited and add it to the other pages the same way we did the script. So if we go back to our index, we're going to copy this, and for right now we're just going to add it to the update.php page. And we can do it outside of our update our user false because it's going to be displayed whether they are there's an action or not. So let's go ahead and go back to our update, and you can see that now that we've included this, it's included on that update.php folder or file. Alright, so now let's go in here and make this a little bit prettier. So I'm going to create a new folder, and I'm going to call it CSS. So inside my CSS folder, I'm going to create a new file called style.css. I just do something that makes it prettier for me. You don't have to do this, but in my body tag, I like to make my color 333 just because it kind of gives it's an off black, so it's not fully black, it's not like popping out at you black, but it's still dark. So that's a personal preference of mine. You definitely don't have to do it. And I'm going to go ahead and set my font size to 18 pixels. That way we can use REMs later. We're just setting the default body font right now. So 18 pixels I would say is probably the new standard. I remember when I first started it was 14 pixels because everybody's screens were huge. Actually they were very small, but they were blown up. You know, you could see everything on the site with it being on a very small monitor. Now you have very large monitors and you don't want to limit it to 14 pixels because then it may throw off something where they can't read it. So let's go ahead and set our default to 18 pixels, and then we're going to come in here and we're going to modify that nav that we created. So we didn't call it anything, we didn't add a class, so we're just going to do nav ul, and we don't want to have any padding or margin around our ul, so we're just going to do padding 0, margin 0, and then we're also going to do nav ulli in order to change the way that list is displayed. So we're going to do list style type equals none, and this will remove the dots that are next to it. But now we also want to display them where they're next to each other instead of underneath each other. So we're going to do display inline dash block, and then finally we're going to add some spacing. Whenever we line them up, we don't want them to button right up against each other, so we're going to add a margin on the left side only, that way that it aligns flush on the right side for the far right navigation item, but it gives a spacing between each list item going towards the left. So we're going to add 2 REM here, which will basically take this 18 pixels and double it. Alright, so now let's go back over here and do well, I got to call the style sheet. So let's go back to our header scripts, and we're going to copy this last one, and we're going to change it to go to /css/style.css. And always have your style sheet called after everything else, because if our style sheet is called before the style sheet for Bootstrap, then Bootstrap's going to overwrite our styles. If you call yours last, then this will make it where your style sheet can overwrite some of the defaults of Bootstrap or DataTables and stuff like this. So for right now, we're just going to call it after it, and we're going to use the /CSS for the same reason I told you earlier to use the /JS. But this time it's actually in a folder. Alright, so now we do a refresh. You can see that now these are aligned properly. It's lining up to the right like it should be. It's got the create new and a dashboard. So let's go back to our update, and everything over here is updated because of how we included our header script. Alright, so that is actually, you know what, I want to do something else to the styles, because the header tag is butting right up against everything, and I don't want that. So I'm going to take this and change it up a little bit. So I'm going to come in here and do H1, we're going to do margin dash bottom, and we're going to give it that same spacing that we did for our list items on the left. And then I also want to add header, which is what we wrapped our header in, wrapped it around the nav and the logo. So we're going to do header, and we're going to do margin dash bottom, and we're going to make this one, I don't know, let's do 1 REM. Okay, so if we refresh it now, we have a spacing here. Still not liking the spacing between the header and the logo, so let's see what this one looks like with the 2 REM. Did I wrap it in a header? I did. Oh, I didn't close out the header. That would be why. I didn't close out the div either. That's my bad. So we close out the div, close out the header. Wow. Okay, now it gave us too much space. So let's come back and do what we were initially going to do with the 1 REM, and yeah, that looks good. So if we go to update, well, yeah, that's because we don't have our, we're not wrapping this up, but you can still see that the spacing between the header and between the update to the content is, it's lining up with how we're doing it in the other places as well. So let's open up, we already got our data tables, we don't need that. We got our Bootstrap for now, we don't need this either. So let's go to FontAwesome, and then we're going to browse the icons. So let's look at the icons here. So we have a few different icons. So for the home page, we did a checkbox. For the update, maybe we want to do something like a plus. For the delete, maybe we want to, well, the delete doesn't have a page, but maybe for an icon for the items that are contained inside of our table, we can do an X instead of a delete word. So there's a bunch of cool things that we can do with it, so we'll come back to this in just a second. But what we need to do is to make these pages actually look a lot better by using Bootstrap elements. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over here to my update.php. We're including our header scripts, we're including our header, so that's all good. Let's say we want to have our update, we want to have it to be something like a pin. So let's do em class equals, and let's go ahead and change that. And let's go over to FontAwesome and say we want a pen or a pencil. So we got a pen, so that's good. Let's come over here and we're going to do fa-pen. So let's go back to our update.php and refresh, and you see that there is a pen that is there now. Not the prettiest thing. I don't think there is a pen dash circle, so I guess we can check that out over here. So it doesn't look like there's a circle version of the pen, so maybe we can find a better icon later, like this one, pen dash square. Looks like it would be pretty good, so let's do pen dash square. And then refresh, and now we have a square icon. May not blend in that well with our other, but we'll play around with it and see. Alright, so first thing I need to do is wrap this information in this container fluid, just like I did the other one. Div class container dash fluid, and then let's come over here and move you over, and then close out our div. So that'll give us that spacing that we need so that it lines up with everything else. So Bootstrap also has this really cool instructions for what it has, so you can check on the layout, the content, and we're actually going to use the components right now because we're going to be using forms. So their forms, there's a lot of versatility with their forms. They do all kinds of really cool stuff, so you can make it large, you can make it small, default size, you can make it left to right, you can, there's a lot of really cool stuff if you include the JavaScript, but we're going to stick to the default, which is just the form group. Not form group, we're going to actually just be using form control. So let's come over here to our code, and we're going to add the class form control to each one of these form elements. So we've got our name, our ID, name is ID, and then we're going to do class equals form dash control. And I'll show you what this one looks like before I add the rest of them. So it just makes it prettier. Oh, I did that on the hidden one, so that's why that didn't show up. So let's take this and move it down to our F name. Now we refresh. It shows it a lot prettier. Alright, so what I want to do is not have them stretch all the way across the screen like you see right now, but I want to have first name and last name grouped together, and then underneath that I want to have the phone number stretch all the way across. So what I'm going to do in the code over here is I'm going to wrap it in a row and a column like we did previously. So let's go to this one, and we're going to do div class equals row, then div class equals column dash md dash 6. So that's essentially going to put it in 6 out of 12 columns, and we're going to go ahead and keep the break tag in there. Just we don't want them when it goes to mobile, they're going to be stacked on top of each other. So we don't want them to be right on top of each other. We want to have a space in between it, so we're going to leave the break tag right there. So let's go ahead and close out our div here, and then do another div class equals column dash md dash 6. And I declared both of them right now just as an illustrative purpose. You don't have to. You can do it the same way I did with the navigation at the top, but it's not necessary to do it the way that I did it. I just think it's a lot clearer whenever you go to look at it. Okay, so now we refresh, and we have it inner columns now, and we need to do the class name for the field itself. Let me see if I can resize this a little bit. Okay, that'll work for now. So we're going to add this to all three of our elements for now, so we don't have to go back and forth on it. So refresh, and now you can kind of see it's getting that look that we want it to have. Okay, so let's open this back up, and I'm going to scroll over again. So we also want to have our telephone number displayed in a row, and we're going to leave this one the same, the column MD6, that way that the first name and the last name, they're the same size as the telephone number input. And let's refresh that, so now we have this look. So we have our button down here. The Bootstrap Forms has a lot of really cool looking buttons as well. So you can click on buttons and you have all of these options. So success, primary, secondary, danger, warning. So we're going to go ahead and set this one as a primary, which is a class of BTN, which just stands for button. So all of your buttons will start with this, and then you're going to do DTN dash primary. And if we go back to our screen over here and refresh, you see that it updated to make it look like the Bootstrap primary. Same thing if you come over here and you do success. Now the button's going to turn green. Okay. Alright, so we're going to leave it as BTN-primary. So we have our blue button. And let's go back to our dashboard. With this, we want to make it where people know that this is a bad action if they click on it. It's something that they can't come back from because we haven't created anything that saves this record in a temporary database. So we want to make sure that they know that this is something that there is a danger related to it. So let's go back over to our index.php, and on this delete, we're going to, now that we know we have a button dash danger, we also have a class equals text dash danger. And that's going to make this text turn red for us. That way they know this is something bad that's going to happen. But let's take it a step further. So let's say if someone is not seeing that as something that it's warning, it's not enough warning if it's just red. So what if we come over here and we're going to do some basic JavaScript right now. So we're going to do onClick. And you can create this in a jQuery initialize.js like we did for the other stuff, but for right now I'm just going to hard code this into this, where we're going to make it where it pops up with a notification asking them, are you sure, before they delete it with an OK or a cancel. They click OK, it deletes. If they click cancel, it does nothing. So let's do onClick, and we're going to return confirm, which is a JavaScript function to basically show a pop-up message with the OK and cancel buttons. And we're going to, let's go ahead and close this out, and we're going to ask them, are you sure? So what you would typically do in your JavaScript is type in single quote, are you sure, in single quote. However, since we have this wrapped in a PHP tag using the single quote, we need to exit out of this single quote. So we put a slash in front of it. That way that it doesn't run it as PHP code, it essentially just converts it to the string that we're wanting. Alright, so let's go ahead and save this and refresh this. And hopefully, because I don't want to lose Jane Doe, if we click on this, it should now show a pop-up message letting us know to confirm or cancel. So we hit delete, and it says, are you sure? Okay or cancel. So if I hit OK right now, it's going to delete Jane Doe. If I hit cancel, nothing happens. So let me put a question mark at the end of this because we are technically asking them a question. And you can put in whatever you want to here. So you can say, are you sure you want to delete this record? And if we go to refresh it again over here, now it says, are you sure you want to delete this record? Okay or cancel. So let's go ahead and cancel that because we don't want to delete anything yet until we create a new item. Alright, so we have our update updated, but if we come over here and we go to that create new, it still looks the same as it did before because we're not including anything in it. So we're going to go ahead and open up our index or our create.php, and let's see, none of this needs to change except for this part. So I'm going to go back to my index.php, or let's go to the update, and we're going to include this inside of our body, so that way that it shows that header file. And then we're going to go back over here and we're going to include the header scripts and the footer scripts. And down here, same thing, except this is going to now be footer. Alright, so now if we go back and refresh this page, everything is there. It's got the new updated look to it. We just got to make it look better. So we're going to again wrap this in a div class equals container dash fluid, and go ahead and wrap our entire form in it. And then I'm gonna come over here just to quickly grab there we go. I'm going to go over here and quickly grab this. So this is the same thing that we're using on the create, it just doesn't populate the values. So I'm going to take this and paste it in so that it actually sets it up just like our update, and then I'm going to go in here and remove those fields for the values. We just want to have blank values here because we're not returning anything on the insert page. So now, if we go over here to refresh it, it looks just like it does on the update. So we're also going to set our button down here to be btn primary equal btn dash primary. So that way that it looks similar to the update page. So they look the same. So let's go over here and create a new one. We're going to create a test person with the phone number 123-456-7890, and we're going to insert that record, and it added John Doe. So let's log back in here, see what it did. Test person. So is it not redirecting to the right? Update. Where's my functions? Include functions, insert statement. That's weird. Don't know why it updated to John Doe. I wonder if we're displaying inside of this, we're echoing out F name. Oh, okay. I understand what's going on now. So in our header.php up here, we created this user, and inside of our update.php, we're actually basically recreating this user again here. So what I'm going to do inside of our header.php, I'm going to say this is how about logged in user. That way that it differentiates itself from the other call that we're making on the edit screen. So now if we refresh this, it shows the correct information. So let's go back to our dashboard, and we can see test person with the phone number we just entered, and we're going to go ahead and click delete and OK, which now you can see it deletes it in real time because our PHP for the delete actually redirects us back to this home page. So we got our update record here with the icon, and so we need to do something similar with our create. So for our create, let's do something like a plus symbol. So let's do em class equals fa, and then I believe fa dash plus dash circle will give us that circle with a plus inside of it. But before I refresh this, I'm going to show you how I got that. So over here you can do plus, and now we have a plus. We also have a plus circle. So I know that this exists because I've used it plenty of times in the past. So now we have our insert statement with a plus symbol on it. So let's see, what else do we want to do to make it a little more pretty? So how about we change these to their icons that are represented inside of the using FontAwesome icons. So let's come over here, and instead of saying update, we're just going to do em class equals fa dash pin dash square, because that is what we used on the previous page. So if we refresh it now, there's an update icon here. And actually, I don't like the way that it looks. It's a little too small. So with FontAwesome, which you can also see in their documentation of how to create, this documentation here. With the FontAwesome, you can increase the size of it. So let's do I think it's FA-2x. That'll make it a little bit bigger. There we go. So that's a lot easier for them to understand that this is an edit. So we're going to do the same thing on this one. So em class equals, and I don't know what it is. I believe it's the times word, but let's go ahead and search for it over here. Delete. So we can do a trash can, do a minus symbol. I don't see the one that I'm trying to go for. So if we do times, there's an X. So I kind of like the X, but I also like the trash can. So let's do trash. And that's the icon name. So FA dash trash FA dash 2x. And this will give us a 2x size trash can that is red. Okay, so that's pretty easy for them to understand. It's a personal preference. You don't have to do it this way. You can do the text if that makes it easier. In this instance, I would probably put a legend up here that represents what these actually mean. For purposes of ADA compliance, you might want to put something in here that says, let's see, like title equals edit this record. And then down here, your title equals delete this record. That way that people with screen readers can also understand what they're doing. So if you hover over it, it says edit this record, delete this record. Okay, so right now we have the edit screen using Bootstrap. We have the create screen using Bootstrap, and our dashboard using Bootstrap. Let's see. So first thing, I want to kind of clean up a little bit of what we had last time. We have these folder systems that we've created. I also want to take the stuff that we have in our header scripts and our footer scripts, and I want to consolidate it. The way that I typically do this is I create a new folder called CSS. Actually, I already have a folder called CSS, so let's go ahead and create one called JS. Alright, so then inside of our JS file folder and our CSS folder, we're going to create a minified version of all of these scripts, and we're going to keep the original ones so we can create another folder inside of here called scripts, and then we're also going to do the same thing inside of our CSS folder. That way we can kind of keep a log of the scripts that we've used that we're going to be compiling onto the website. So let's go down. Alright, so now I want to create, actually I want to take my initialize.js and I'm going to move it into this folder. So let's reveal it in File Explorer, and then I'm just going to drop it in my JS folder so that now we can see it here. In doing so, I have to come over here to my footer.css, and we're going to change this to /js/initialize.js. And that's simply in order to allow us to kind of keep everything in one place. So let's go ahead and add in our CSS the way that it needs to go. So I'm going to open up our header scripts, and we're going to take this one and this one and move it over to the, we're going to create a new file here called mini.min.css, and inside of that file we're going to create a there we go, and inside of this file we're going to duplicate these and make them localized rather than pulling them from the network. So let me minimize this, and there we go. Alright, so we're going to take this and we're just going to save a copy of it. There we go. And then we're going to copy it into our min file, and we're going to get rid of all of this other information, just keeping the version of the CSS. Alright, so the next thing we want to do is let's go ahead and get rid of this, and we're going to keep fonts the way that they are, and we're going to take this DataTables min as well, and we're going to save as DataTables, and then over here let's scroll all the way down to the end and add that in. Now let's go back up here, and this is DataTables.net version 1.10.20. Alright, now let's save that, and we can get rid of this as well, and we create a reference point to that sheet, that style sheet that we just created. So it is mini.min.css. And if we go back to our site and refresh, everything looks the same because nothing's changed. So let's go ahead and close this, and for now we can go ahead and close out of this and close out of this so we can start working on the JavaScript. Alright, so first thing we want to do is we got all of these scripts. We got jQuery, Popper, Bootstrap, as well as the DataTable scripts. The way that I do this is I take these files and I open them in the browser and then I copy these over into their own, I save as, and then I'll add them to the project that we're working on inside of the folder scripts, and we're going to save that there. Now there's going to be an issue whenever you're using Bootstrap. They use the slim version of jQuery. However, the slim version of jQuery removes some of the functionality like AJAX calls, so we don't necessarily want to use this script. I'm still going to make a copy of it, but inside of our combined minified script, we're not going to be using this 3.4.1.slim. We're actually going to be using the 3.4.1.min.js. So this is the one that has all of the AJAX functionality in it. So let's go ahead and take this, and we're going to copy it, and we're going to create a new file called mini, or you can name this whatever you want to. I just call it mini because it helps me keep track of the ones that I'm combining. Another thing to note is that you want to try to keep these in the order that you have them in, because that's the way that Bootstrap wants them, so forth and so on. So just try to combine everything in the way that you have it here. So the first one that we just copied is the jQuery, and we're going to go ahead and paste that in, and I'm going to go back home. I don't really need all of the comments that they have on here, so I'm just going to keep what it is and the version name. That way that I know what I need to reference later. Okay, so I'm going to minify this for a little bit so you can kind of see what I'm doing. I'm going to add a new line underneath it, and the next one that we're going to copy is this Popper script. And again, we're going to right click, save as, save it in our scripts, and then I'm just going to copy it all over and put it inside of our minify file. So scroll all the way down to the bottom, and now we paste that one in. So this one is Popper 116. So let's put that in. So Popper 1-16-0. And the reason why I'm leaving the versions in here is in order to make it where in the future, if I ever need to update the version that I'm on, I can go in there and figure out which version I had and then move it over. So we got these two done. Let's go ahead and get rid of that script. Gonna copy this again, and we're going to move it over here. We're going to right click, save as. Got our Bootstrap file loaded now. So let's go back to our mini. And it's a lot of scripts. In production, you wouldn't necessarily want to do it this way. For this tutorial, we're going to keep it this way. What you'd want to do is create a minified version of your scripts that includes the stuff that you need and removes the stuff that you don't. So for right now, just keep that in mind while we're doing this. This library that we're building is fixing to get huge, especially as we start adding more stuff to it. So just keep that in mind whenever you are, whenever you're working to go move to production, that you actually have a more minified version of it. All right, so let's keep going. Take this, and this will be the last paste that we do in here for now. Let me scroll back up to where, oh, that's a big file. Scroll back up to where it's all being declared at. So this one is DataTables.net 1-10-20. Okay. Alright, so now we should essentially be able to remove all of this, and we're going to create a reference point to our mini.min.js. Now if we go back to our browser over here, and let's just do a hard refresh, you see nothing's changed, because that's kind of what we were wanting. So it still has all of the functionality of Bootstrap, it still has all of the functionality of DataTables, and if we go to inspect the element here, let me pull this into the window so y'all can see it. If we look at the right above the body, we have only the two files that we just added on there. Okay, so now what we're going to do is, one thing I want to change real quick that's just been kind of annoying me is this these icons here. As soon as I got done doing the video last week, I was like, I really do not like that. So I'm just going to come back in here and make these go back to the edit, and let's make it update so it fits in with the CRUD system. And then this one right here, we're just going to take it and make it delete, just because I think the icon interface for something like that is ugly, where that looks much better. Let's go ahead and add a pin to the end of it, just put a little pipe character so that we got some spacing so we can differentiate the two. Okay, so now the part of this tutorial where we go into the Ajax is we're going to take this, what's being called here, and we're going to make it its own Ajax call rather than utilizing the direct database call. This will just kind of allow you to be able to customize it a little bit more. You don't have to worry about populating a for each loop or anything like that. You can just go in there straight to the Ajax and declare what data you want to have present. Also, if you notice over here, one thing that we did not address last week is that you have the update and delete fields. They're sortable, which is kind of pointless because it's never going to change the sort order. So we're going to make it where this section, this column, is no longer sortable. So let me go into my so let's create an Ajax call in our JavaScript. So let's get rid of these for now since we don't need these. Let's go into our initialize.js, and we currently have the data tables being called, so it's just populating that data. So I'm going to come over here, and for this for each loop, I'm going to delete the whole t-body because the Ajax call will make it work for me. So if we deleted that and refresh the page, it says there's no data available because technically there's nothing inside of it that's going to be populating that data. So on the initialize.js file inside of our JS folder now, we are going to create an Ajax call that hits a route, a simple, very simple, keep in mind, very simple route that's going to be using a get variable in order to populate this data. So first thing we want to do is add some brackets, and we're going to, and this is stuff that you can find on DataTables.net. It's part of their documentation, but I don't want to have to go through that entire process to show it to you. But in their documentation, you can look up AJAX request, and you can change the data. You can see what other kind of custom calls that you can do inside of it. Okay, so first thing we're going to do is write AJAX, and then we're going to create this file in a moment. So we're going to call it route.php, and for this call we're going to do type equals get. Okay, so now that we have this, we're going to declare what our columns are. So columns, and then it's going to be an array. So we need to set the columns that we have. We had data, first name, last name, phone, and then we have the update fields. Alright, so first thing we're going to do is set the data. So the data that we're going to be getting is going to be coming from this get statement here, the include file that we're basically going to be running through our function that we've previously created the same way that we did prior to this, but we're actually going to be returning it as an array that's going to be coming across as a data object. So we're going to name the first column ID, and then I'm going to go ahead and just copy this, and we're going to do first name, last name, phone, and then we're going to have an additional column here. So let's go ahead and do F name, L name, phone, and I'm going to leave ID here for now, and we're just going to bring this down, and we're going to use one of their functions, part of DataTables.net, to create a cell. So that function is fn created cell, and then it's going to use a jQuery function, and it's going to pass a TD object and an ID. So that TD object and that ID is going to tell DataTables.net to add another column to our table using the update information that we're going to provide, which is going to be standard HTML. So we're going to say TD, which means, you know, a new column for us, HTML, which is going to actually populate the HTML, and then the information that we had on our index.php page. If you want to reference it, you can go back and undo this. But basically, we're going to take this and we're going to recreate it in a way that DataTables can understand it. But I'm going to go ahead and remove it back. And then we're going to add it in here. Now, with JavaScript, let me close this. With JavaScript or jQuery, you need to have everything on one line. So if you see that there's errors right there like that, by putting it all on one line, it'll make that error go away. So instead of doing the employee ID, because we're no longer getting that as part of a for each loop, we are going to just change this to ID because we're passing our ID. And we also can't use our periods here. We have to use plus symbols, and that'll give us our update ID equals this, and then everything else can stay the same. So let's go ahead and bring this onto the line with it. And we're going to do the same thing here by using the plus ID as we did with the previous one. Okay, so now that should be it. Let me see. Oh, it's because it's not on the second line, not on the same line. Alright, so there we go. Now we should be able to close that out. Alright, so now we have our update and delete columns where we want them to be at. So let's go back over here, and that's all we need to do for the column structure. So we're going to close out this array, but there's also that thing that we wanted to do where we remove the sort ability on the last column. And the way that you do that is you create a column definitions, and then inside of this column definitions array, you can create a let me just format this real quick. you can create whatever column definitions that you want. For this one, I'm just going to put it in there so it says it's going to target the fourth column, which is going to be, so we got 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So this fourth column is what's going to be populated, and it goes by the 0 index. So then we'll just keep that in mind. If you wanted to hit this one, it would be 3, 2, 1, 0. Alright, so we're going to target the fourth column, and we're going to set the orderable as false. And then we can close out of this for now. So let's go ahead and save this, and we need to create this includes route.php. And it's really simple. We're essentially going to include our functions, and then we're going to get the type, and then we're going to set the array that's coming from that select all statement that was on the home page here, and we're going to set it as a JSON array that gets populated here. Alright, so first thing we need to do is create a new file, and we're going to call it route.php, and inside of this route we're going to include our functions.php, and we don't have to do includes /functions.php because we're in the same folder. So we're going to say if is set get type, and this is coming from this. We're setting a get variable as type, and if we're looking to see currently is if it's set. And we also want to see if the get variable type equals get. If it does, we want to come in here and we're going to use the select all array, which, if you remember, inside of our select statement here, select all, it doesn't require an ID or anything like that, and it's going to send over this data to us as an array. So we're going to populate a JSON array using this select statement. So we're going to echo out, because it is an AJAX call using PHP, so we're just going to echo back the JSON statement that we get. And since it's returning as a PHP array, we want to encode it as JSON. So we're going to do JSON encode, and then we're going to create an array because DataTable looks for a key of data. So we're going to create a data array where this data is equal to select all, and then we're going to end if. Wait, something's wrong. What is wrong? Unexpected. Now what? Unexpected. Expecting. Jason shows. Let's eliminate the short code for now. Okay, I'll just leave it like this for now. I'll have to figure that out later, but for right now, this will work. So I think I did something wrong with the shortcode version of the if. Okay, so now let's go back to our index.php and let's open it up in the browser again and see what it does. It does nothing. So let's inspect console. Alright, so we're not getting any console errors. So why would it not? Let's see, we're encoding it, echoing it out. It's not even echoing that, so I don't think that it's calling this file up. Maybe if I need to do a hard refresh. Alright, so that's hard refresh worked. We're going to console unexpected token and initialize that JSON. Column defs is what I should be calling, and I forgot to put the colon on that. Okay, now let's do another hard refresh. There we go. Alright, so it's kind of working the way that we want it to. There's some discrepancies here, so I'm going to have to look at the CSS or the HTML that it's producing and make sure that it's right. So it's got a TD inside of a TD. That would be why. So instead of having the TD class of TextWrite, we are going to set it as, let's do a span class maybe. And refresh that. Okay, so the span isn't going to be wide enough, so let's go ahead and set it as a div. I'm not supposed to call a div inside of a TD, but I'm going to for now. But let's go ahead and set it up that way. Alright, so now it's actually using Ajax to gather the information. If we click on this, it should bring us to update John Doe. Let's go back to our dashboard, update Jane Doe. Alright, so our Ajax call is working, which is exactly what we wanted. Alright, so first thing we're going to do is I want to have some kind of validation whenever you're entering in this data. Like for example, if you create new, you have a phone number here, but it doesn't add any masking to it. So I want to give them the ability to add masking to it. And the way that we do that is through a, there's a plugin that I've used before. It's pretty cool, it's pretty versatile. It's got some limitations, but it gets the job done for masking, date, hour, stuff like that. So, you can type in whatever you want and then you set the mask. So for the telephone, for example, US telephone is what we're going to be using. We can set it in so it works like this. So what we're going to do is we're going to download this and then we're going to add it into our project. I have previously downloaded the files that I need for this, so I'm going to just transfer them over to the project. So give me just a second to do that. And then I'm going to copy over this masking plugin, and I'm also going to copy over the jQuery min that I did not apparently save. Okay. Alright, so I have the file copied over now. If we look in the JS file scripts, you can see that it has mask.min.js. So what I want to do is I'm going to open this and I'm going to add it into the mini file that we've created. So I'm doing all of this in the background so you don't have to see everything, but it's essentially the same process that we did prior to this. We're just going to add a new section, and it's going to be for the masking, and that is another pretty big file. Nope. Where'd it go? I'm looking for the break in my long scrolling window. There it is. Alright, jQuery mask plugin. Just kind of make it look like the other ones, just so I have some similarities between my scripting. Alright, there we go. Alright, so once you have the jQuery masking plugin set up inside of your mini script, you can come over here to your document.ready, and we're going to say that anything that has a phone class is going to use the mask that's going to look like number dash number dash number, and that'll make it where our phone will be masked. So if we go back to our update.php and let's add a class to our phone that says phone. Okay, now if we go back to our browser, go ahead and close out of this for now, refresh, go to, let's say, update this one, and you see how it's already kind of formatted the numbers that are there. If we start typing, it uses that mask in order to format those numbers. So we can have it say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0, and it updates it according to our mask. You can also change it, so if you didn't want to do the dashes here, you could do like they had in the example on the website, where it is parentheses and then the phone number. and it'll mask it just like that. But I like to have the dashes in there, just personal preference, but you can do it however you want to do it based on the region that you're in. And it's very intuitive. You can set this up however you want to have it on there. And then if you look at the documentation for the remainders of the dates and the money and stuff like that, there's a lot of really cool things that you can do with it and mask those numbers. Alright, so now we also need to be able to validate the entries that are being put in. So let's say we want to update this one. Currently, if we do not add a name here, it will update without a name, which is not what we want it to do. So let's we need to add in a validation script, and that's going to be using jQuery. So there's a few different ways that you can figure out how to validate one of your what validation scripts that you need to use, but for this purpose we're just going to be using the basic validation. So let me go to here, and we want to validate the entire form. You can validate certain fields that you want, but for our purposes we're going to do .form, and we're going to go back and name our form. So validate, and then we're going to create that array of what that validate is. Before I do that, I need to open up my index, no, not my index, my create.php, and I'm going to take the phone and also add the class phone to it. And while I'm here, for the form tag that we have up here, we're going to do class equals form, which adheres to the form that we're having, that we're trying to use in the initialize.js. So form action, and now on the update we're going to do the same thing. So this way it'll actually validate with what we want it to. So let's go ahead and say that we have, and this is all information you can find on jQuery's website about validation. So I won't go into details about everything, but I'll just kind of go over what we're going to be using. So we're going to set up a rules declaration, and we're going to say our fname field, which is what we are setting it based on the jQuery ID. Like I told you, the difference between name and ID is used by jQuery or JavaScript, and the name is used by PHP. Well, we've already set fname as the name for, or the ID for, our first name text box. So we're going to use it here and say that it is required, and we're going to set that as true. Okay, so now with that information input, we should be able to come over here, and if we hit update record, oh, it doesn't do anything. So there's a call that I'm missing. So I just realized that we actually didn't add in the validation JavaScript. So I want to add it directly underneath my jQuery functionality. No, that's Popper. Come on, where you at? There you are. Alright, so I'm going to add it right underneath this, and you can find this this code on JavaScript's website, or just Googling jQuery validation plugin. So I also have to make a backup of the code onto our server for use later inside of our scripts folder. But for the time being, in order to make this video not be 2 hours long, I already have the code in here, so we should be able to refresh that and go to update this record, and now you see it says this field is required. So we want to do this for each one of these fields because we want to have all of these fields be mandatory for us to have them on our on the site the way that they have to be filled out. So we're going to come over here, and we're going to do the same thing that we did for this for phone as well as LName. So LName is required and phone is required. With the phone number, since we're doing a mask like this, we want to have it have a minimum of these characters. So this is 3, 6, 10, 11, 12. So we can add in another flag called min length and set it to 12 because we have 12 variables that we are expecting. So now if we come over here and let's get back to this, do a hard refresh. So now the phone is required. Let's eliminate these. All of these fields are required. So let's change this one back to John Doe. And then we're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then we're going to not do all of them. And you see now it says please enter at least 12 characters. If we do, it removes that message. And let's go ahead and put that one back to where it was. So we want it to have its own custom messages. You can leave the messages like it is, or you can change what those messages are. So we're going to get outside of our rules for now, and we're going to create another section called messages. And inside of this, we're going to say fname, a first name is required. Okay, and then we're going to do the same thing for last name. So lname, a last name is required. And let's just leave it at that for now so you can see what the differences in these messages are. So let's take this one out, take this one out, and we go to hit update record. It changes it. Instead of it saying that this field is required, it says a first name is required, a last name is required. And you can make that say whatever you want it to say, but that's just what I'm going to leave in there for now. And now let's do the phone. So the phone has two different verifications that needs to be done. First one is going to check to see if it's required. So we need to set up the phone message to have two different parts. So the first part we're going to do is required, and we're going to say a phone number is required, the same way we did with the other ones. But on this one, we're going to say min length, and then this is going to equal jQuery.validator.format. And basically what that's going to do is it's going to use jQuery's validation format in order to display it has X amount of characters remaining. At least 0. And this right here is just going to take that min length number that we put in here. So we put in 24, this will reflect 24. Characters required. Alright, so now we have our min length data check, and then we have our phone number being required. So let's save that, and let's refresh this. And if we take this out and we go to update, it says the phone number is required. We put in a few numbers, at least 12 characters is required. So let's go ahead and do that and save it. So now what we wanted to be able to do is we wanted to submit the form handler, just to run a form.submit. So they have a call that you can do called submit handler, and then we're going to do function form, and then we're going to do form.submit. And that's just basically going to say that whenever it reaches this point, it's going to come in here and submit the form as it should. So if everything's good, everything's validated, it will submit the form. So let's change this just to see it update and submit. Alright, so everything is good here. If we go back to our dashboard, everything is good here. But what we wanted to do is Bootstrap has classes that that outline a form, text box, and a label that lets you know that something is wrong. So what we want to do is change the error class that's being presented to this to actually use the error class that Bootstrap requires. So in here we're going to add another default function of validation, and it's called error class, and the first one is invalid. Invalid is what highlights the text box that is invalid by adding a class is invalid to it per Bootstrap. So we wanted to highlight the text box as well as the label to make it red. So our second section, or our second call over here, is going to be text-danger, which we went over in the last episode, where that text danger highlights the text part of the class red. So this should make the text box as well as the label red. So let's save that, and we're going to, just in case, do a hard refresh, and we're going to come over here, remove the word John, and we hit update. And it did not update. Okay, so I just realized that we actually added our error class and our submit handler inside of the messages, which is definitely why it's not working. So that should allow it to work now. So if we go over here, let's do a hard refresh and remove this and update. There we go. Now it's highlighting the field where it should, and it's displaying the text the way that it should. So if we remove all of these, all of them work. So yeah, that was my mistake. I didn't realize that I had the error class and the submit handler listed inside of the messages functionality of validate. So of course that wouldn't work. Alright, so let's move on to, we have the validation that we want, we have the masking that we want, we have the data table being pulled through Ajax. So let's go ahead and close this. And while we're at it, we already know that the update record works. So let's go to create, and if we go to insert, it shows the same thing. So good, we know that everything works so far the way that we want it to. So we don't need our script up anymore for the initialize. Let's get rid of our route, because that's going to be the only time we use that. Let's keep those open for now, but I want to open up the functions, and realistically we don't really need any of the echoes that are here, so we don't want to display them as an echo. What I want to do is, I want it to, instead of coming up here, if you hit update and update record, it says no rows updated. What I want it to actually do is display a like a little toast or a message or something like that, that's going to go at the top to let us know what's been updated and what hasn't been updated. So instead of echoing out these as rows, I'm going to come up here and I'm going to pass a session variable. So we're going to do session start, and inside, now that we have a session started whenever the page is being loaded, we want to create like this one, for example. If this if it doesn't equal any rows, we're going to have it say that there's currently no records in the database, and we're going to do that by creating a session variable, and we're going to name it message, and then we're going to check for that message. So the way that I like to do this is to store it in a session, because you're not necessarily always redirecting to the same page that you were on, so you can't just echo it out. Storing it in a session and then killing that session afterwards kind of helps with the transitional phase, where you can go from page to page and still be able to display a successful message if you need to. So we're going to pass it as an array, and in this array we're going to do type, and this is just going to pass the class. So this one is an error, so we're going to do type danger, because that's what Bootstrap would expect for their message box. And then we're going to pass the message to whatever you want it to say. I'm going to put there are currently no records in the database. So whenever this is loaded for the first time, it'll show that there's no records in the database. But we have it in the if statement now, and we're going to, if it doesn't work, if there's no rows, it's going to display the message. Otherwise, it's going to pass the while loop. that we currently have. Now, we can see this one by deleting all of the records that we have on here, but I don't want to do those yet because then that'll mess up our welcome John Doe, because we're passing an ID of 1. If we delete this, then John Doe will be gone, and then I'll have to go in there and update this code again, which I'm not going to do right now, but let's just assume that it works, and we'll be able to verify that whenever we go to do the update part. So on our update, let's go ahead and get rid of this select single, because we don't want it to be displaying that just in case this top part up here breaks. So we don't need to display anything for that right now. So let's go down to our update function. So we have this, let me minimize this. We have this affected rows equals 0, echo no rows updated. So what we want it to do is if it doesn't affect anything, then display the message in the session, you did not make any changes. So let's go ahead and do that now, and then we'll also display a success message whenever it passes through. So we're going to call our session again, and I'm going to go up here and I'm just going to copy this because it's pretty much the same thing, just going to change out the message. So we are taking our session message, and there are currently no records in the database, and we're going to change this to you did not make any changes. That way, instead of displaying that this up here where they hit no rows updated, it'll display a nicer looking message. But what we want to do at the end of this, we're going to put in an else statement, and that else statement is going to display another message, but this time it's going to be type success, because success is what Bootstrap expects, and we're going to make the message say successfully updated the selected employee. Okay, so let's close out our if statement. Now, so we have this message that's going to be stored as a session, which is great, but how do we display it? So what I want to do is inside of our header.php, since the header.php is used on all of our pages, we're going to add a new section up here, and it's going to check for that variable. So PHP if is set, and it's basically just going to be checking to see if our session the message is set. If it's not, then it's just not going to do anything. So if it is set, it's just going to show the message. And then we're going to add in some HTML from Bootstrap. So if we go to Bootstrap, Bootstrap 4, let's see, go here, go to our documentation, and if we look at the content or the components, we have a section over here called alerts. We're just going to display it as an alert, but you can also look down. They have it where you can display it as a toast, so it pops up in the top, but we're just going to make it simple so it displays it as an alert at the top of the page. And essentially what you need to do is just copy this text and paste it in where you want it to go at. So I'm going to write it out just so I can make sure that I do it correctly, but you can copy and paste it. So div class alert, and then alert, alert. This is where it's going to echo out that session type. So danger would make it red, whereas success would make it green. So we're passing that variable. So we're going to do PHP echo session message, and it is an array of message. So we're going to pass the type variable, which is declared here. So type danger success. So we're going to be passing that type variable, and as per Bootstrap's information here, we are going to be adding in the role and all this other kind of stuff. So let's go ahead and add that in while we're here. So role equals alert, and then inside of this alert we're going to echo out the message. Alright, so now we have our message. Let's close out the div. And then what we want to do after the message is displayed is unset the message. Because if you do not unset this session, it would display on every single page. So once the message is displayed, we're just going to remove the message. So the next page load will not display that message. And then we're going to close out our if statement. Okay, so now if we come back over here and we hit update record, see how it now says you did not make any changes? Let's make some changes. So now we have our message that reflects what's happening. But if we go over here to create new, the message is gone. So that's the way we want it to work. We want it to display on the page that we're on, or the page that we're to redirect it to. So we successfully updated the employee. So now let's do the same thing for our insert statement. So our insert statement is here, and I'm going to take this session, which is the successful update, and we are going to put it right after the close statement. And we're going to update the message from successfully updated the employee to successfully added a new employee. So let's come over here to our insert and test it out. So let's do test person, test. Wow, my typing is terrible today. Seems like I say that a lot. So let's add in the phone number and insert the record. It did not show on our update.php because it redirected it. So let's look at our code. Wish I could have this thing on a bigger screen for y'all, because I can't. It makes it harder for me to keep up with what I'm doing whenever I am having to scroll back and forth. Okay, so I had to pause it for a second because I was having an issue figuring out what was happening. In that pause, I figured out what was happening, and I also went into my settings for Visual Code and made it wrap the words, so you'll be able to see that I can read it better now. You can read it better now without me having to scroll. Don't know why I didn't have that set by default, but I have it set there now. The issue is that whenever we per our if statement up here, it unsets this message. So what's happening is whenever we add a new employee, it's redirecting you to this update.php, and then it's running through the script, and it's trying to hit that session that's being stored, and then it's redirecting you after it's clearing out that session. So what we want to do here is, since it's going away from this page, we need to add exit here, so it exits out of the code after it does the redirect, so it doesn't try to continue processing what's happening. So I'm going to go back to insert a record here. Let's do test person, and now when we insert the record, there we go. It brings us to the update page, as well as saying that it successfully added a new employee. So whenever we're redirecting it, we don't want it to continue processing any code after that redirect, so we just exit out of that statement entirely. So just something to keep in mind. It took me about 5 minutes to find it, but just for future references, if you want to store a session and then clear out that session on page load, you need to make sure that you're not essentially doing that function and then redirecting it and then trying to do it again, because then it won't display your message. Okay, so we have our successfully added a new employee message. We have the message for updating an employee. So let's go ahead and do one for delete, because currently if we go back to our dashboard and we hit delete, it's going to basically just redirect us back to this page with no notification of what happened except for this number being removed. So we're going to take this session and we're going to do the same thing that we did with the insert statement, where we're going to add exit because it is using a redirect. So we have, instead of successfully updated the selected employee, we're going to say we successfully deleted the selected employee. Now if we go back over here, we hit delete. Are we sure we want to delete it? And we have successfully deleted with a D the selected employee, and go back to any page, the message goes away. So it's displaying the message exactly like we want it to. So currently I've been recording for about 35-40 minutes, so I'm going to try to wrap this up. But before I wrap it up, I want to kind of walk y'all through the Bootstrap functionality a little bit more to kind of make it pretty. Because right now, this to me, it's simple, but it's not pretty. We're going to add in some custom styling to our entire project. But the first thing I want to do is inside of our header file, I want to add a card, which is Bootstrap's way of saying we want it to be inside of a different a div that's kind of like it looks like a card, like a modal window, but without the modal part. So we're going to add in div class card, and then we're going to add in div class card body. So we don't want this to be contained inside of itself. We want it to wrap the entire project. So we have our header, and we're going to also add it to our footer. Our footer. Yeah, so we're going to add it to our footer scripts because these are called right before the body happens. So we're going to put in our closing div for the card body and our closing div for the card itself. Now if we refresh the screen, you kind of see that it adds like a little box around it. It's not exactly visible right now, but this is where some of that custom styling that I'm talking about is going to come into. So inside of our style.css, we're going to add some classes in here. So we have this, but let's add another section called customizations. One thing that I really don't like, that's a personal preference of mine, is the hover, where you have the line that comes underneath your hover links. So I like to remove that and then to change the color of them. But for right now, we're going to we're going to remove it and then add it where maybe it just turns black on hover. So we need to make it make a default color. So I like this blue color a little bit, but I don't particularly like the way that it looks completely. So I can open up my visual Chrome editor developer mode so that I can kind of grab and see what I want to do here. So I want to make it a little bit lighter, like a blue color. My go-to color is like a light blue, but not too light. So let's say we want to go here, and this is the blue that I would like to use. So it's a little bit light. You can kind of see the difference between the update and the delete. So let's go ahead and get that color picked. Okay, good. So I'm going to take that color and I'm going to paste it into here so that I can customize my link colors. And again, this is all personal preference, so you don't have to do it, but I'm just trying to show you a little bit of ways that you can customize the Bootstrap layout. So I'm also going to add a effect for the hover, focus, and active. So we're going to do text decoration none, just because I don't like the line underneath it. And then I'm also going to make it where you need to have a differentiator that tells when they're hovering over a link. So since we're removing that line, I'm going to change the color to our base color, which is that 333. Also, in order to make this card stand out a little bit, I'm going to add a background color, which is going to be an off-white. So I'm going to do F8 so that it has kind of like a whitish color, but not really. And then I'm going to add a padding around it, which is 2 rem, which is going to be the 18 pixels times 2. So now you should be able to see the card in the way that we want it to be displayed. Hard refresh, and now you see it looks a little bit better. It's enclosed inside of an area, and that's kind of the way we want it to work. So let's go in and also customize how some of the buttons look. So this, I don't really necessarily like the rounded corners on the buttons. I'm kind of an old school guy and I like the flat design. So I'm going to come in here, and the class that we're using for all of our buttons is btn. and we're going to do border radius 0, which will remove the border radius, the circle part of the button. And then I'm also going to just take off the border completely, so we don't have to worry about changing the color of the border as well as the background every time we want to modify these button colors. Then I'm also going to make the font weight be bold so that they stand out a little bit. So we're using BTN primary as our button of choice. So we're going to come in here and set a BTN primary, and the background color of it, I want to make it the same as my link colors. So background color, and then I'm going to come up here and copy this and make this background of the buttons be the same color as my links. So now if we come over here and refresh this, it's no longer rounded. It has that same color as our links button, so you can kind of tell that it's a little bit different. Also, for our form controls, you can see that they also have the rounded corners. They don't really match too well with our square buttons, so we're going to come in here and we'll use the form control, and we're going to do the same thing that we did with the button with the border radius, making it 0. Alright, so now that'll give us square boxes, square button for all of the pages. Now if we go back over here, we want to kind of style this a little bit better than it's currently being styled, because none of our text boxes use this inset border. So we're going to come in here and let's right click on it, and if we click on this, you can see that they have a there's a default styling for it. So we're just going to modify this style a little bit better. So we're going to be using the DataTables underscore wrapper, DataTables underscore filter input. So this is all we're going to need from this for right now. And we're just going to add it to our style sheet. And then we also want, there's a select box over here that uses a different style than what our text boxes are. So we're also going to do, make all of the select boxes the same way. We're not using select boxes anywhere else, so if you wanted to make it where this is a distinct select box, you can, and you would just make it where it, click on plus and it gives us a select. So we want to distinguish it a little bit better. So we got DataTables wrapper, and it's not the footer, so we're going to take this and move it over here. For this project, it doesn't necessarily matter because we're not using it anywhere else. So the select would it would format it the way that we want it to be formatted. Alright, so what I want to do is change the border of this input box right here to match what we have on our regular boxes. So I'm going to come over here, and I'm essentially just going to take what we have in this form control, and we are going to copy and paste it into this window. So now if we go back to our dashboard, the search box looks much better. However, we don't want it to be stretched all the way across like it is there. So we are going to get rid of this width completely and refresh it. It did not do what I want it to, and it still has the border radius on it, so I'm going to get rid of that as well. So border radius 0. Let's keep the border on it as it is, because that's the same that we're using for the the text boxes. Let's go ahead and get rid of this height because we don't need that, because that's going to be defined inside of this the padding that we have, and we're also going to get rid of the display block, which will make it the way it no longer forces it to wrap down. So I think that's all the customizations we would need to get it to do what we want it to do. So now this looks like our text boxes. So we're customizing it a little bit in order to make it work with Bootstrap a little bit better. Also, another change I want to do is whenever you go to update the form, I want to have our labels be just a little bit different. So we're going to set a label, and we're going to set the color, just do like a light black, but not completely black. So let's do 595959. All right, so it's kind of a grayish color, off black, and then we're also going to make the font style italic. All right, so now if we go to refresh this, you'll see that it's a little bit different here. Okay, so the table itself is kind of not pretty, so we want to add some of the default classes to that Bootstrap has to this data table. So we're going to add table-striped, and that will give us where it shows a different color for every row. And I need to spell table right. Table striped. There we go. So now it shows a different color. But I also want to kind of give it a little bit more distinction. So we're going to go back into our styles.css, and at the very bottom we're going to add in a few more things that's going to customize this table for us. So first thing I want to do is type in table.data table with a capital T, and we're going to add a border around it, and I'm just going to do D6 so it'll match the body background color. Okay, so the next thing I want to do is, there's going to be an issue when we go to add a border around our data table. The even rows have a white background on them, and because of this, it is going to cause it to not show the border on the left and the right. So what we're going to do is add a table-striped t-body tr, and then we're going to do the nth of type even. That way every even row, it's just not going to have that background color, because we're currently using a white background color for our body or for our card, so it shouldn't matter. So we're just going to do background color transparent with an important tag to make sure that it's seen. And then we're going to do, the next one is we're going to add some padding to the table. So we got data table t body, and we're going to do it to the headers as well as the individual rows, columns on the t body. And then we're going to add a padding of 1 rem, and let's save that and see what that does to it. So Control F5, do a hard refresh, and stripe, it's not spelled correctly. Striped. Yeah, striped is what we called it. Alright, there we go. There we go. So now it's presenting the border on the left and the right for each one of them. Where you seen the issue where it wasn't showing it for the whole thing. It was whitening it out right here. But that's cool. We got that fixed. So there's another thing I want to do with this navigation up here. It's a little too close for comfort. So I'm going to come over here and nav uli padding 1 rem 0. Now let's save that, and that should give us a little bit of padding around there. So alright, so now that looks good. One last thing I wanted to do, well actually, you know what, I just thought about something. We did not, I told you in the beginning of the video we were going to remove this sortable functionality. So let's open up our initialize.js real quick, and we have this in here, but actually I know what's wrong here. So the call that we need to make is targets, because this is actually an array that's being sent over. So if we refresh our screen now, you can see that it's no longer sortable. So we've taken care of that, and you can add that to any of them. So you can do multiple. So you can do 3 and 4, and that'll remove it off of the last 2, so they're no longer sortable. But for right now, we're just going to do the fourth ID, and that's how you get it to not display. So also what I want to do up here is add a logo. And during my pause that I had earlier in this video, I noticed that y'all may be running into an issue where these images are not present in what you're trying to do. So the way to get around that is, if you look inside of the images folder that I created during the break, you can grab these images from the files that you downloaded from datatables.net and just add them into an images folder, because this mini.css, whenever we were adding that, it references those images. So if you downloaded the entire folder, just copy those images over into an images folder and you should be fine. And also, I went ahead and added a logo.png because I'm going to replace this logo here with a logo.png. So let's go open up our header, and we got our logo here. So we're going to change this to image source equals / because remember, it has to be the primary domain / rather than making it where it goes to, no / and then it's going to end up breaking when you go into subpages. So let's do images / logo.png, and that will present us with the logo that we're looking for. However, it's way too big. So there is a class inside of Bootstrap that we are going to use here. So we're going to do class image-fluid. Image-fluid is going to make that image resize based on the column that it's in, so it doesn't get outside of those columns. So let's refresh. And actually, you know what? We need to make this, because currently we have 8, which means that this column is 4. So let's change this to like 11, because we want to have a small logo over here for now. There we go. So now we got a small logo. We have the dashboard, create new, update, and delete. And just to kind of show you the next where it's going to change colors for the next row, let's create another one called test user with a phone number, and insert that record. Got our success message, go back to our dashboard, and now we have our alternating colors. First thing we want to do is, since we don't have this page already, we're going to create a new file, and we're going to call it login.php. And in this page right here we're going to just open it up real quick, and it's currently blank, nothing there, which is exactly what we want to have on it. I'm going to come over here to our index.php, and I don't feel like rewriting all of this code, so I'm just going to copy it over. Inside of this, we don't really need our table anymore, and we also don't need any kind of icons or anything like that. We're just going to change our h1 tag to say login so we can recognize which page that we're on, and here we go. So whenever someone's not logged in, you obviously don't want them to see this header file, and one of the benefits of us creating our theme header is that we can simply come over here and just remove it. However, if you remember from our previous video where we created it, we created the card that goes around it inside of that header file. So if we open up that header file, we can see card body and card. So we're going to go ahead and copy that over and use it as it is right now. So let's come over here and clean this up a little bit so we can kind of see what we're doing. We don't need to have the closing divs for this because they're currently contained inside of our footer scripts. So it's fine. We can just leave it as it is right now. And you can see as we refresh it, the login is there by itself without the navigation. So on this page, we want to create a form that gathers a username and a password. So let's go ahead and create our form action. Like always, we'll just make it go back to itself with the method of post. And we're going to do this one class login because the other form that we have is class form, and there's validation attached to that. So we're going to add the jQuery validation for this form, and we're going to call it specifically from its own script. Alright, so first thing we want to do is create a label, and this is going to be for username, and then we're going to put the username as the label. Let me go ahead and close this so we can see a little bit better. And then we're going to do an input type equals text. The name is going to be username because that's what PHP expects. The ID is going to be username because that's what jQuery expects. And then we're going to use the Bootstrap class equals form control. And that'll give it that Bootstrap form look. So we're going to go ahead and just copy this over. And we're going to change these values here to password. So we got the for username for password, update it here, and change it here. So we don't want people to see what other people are typing in, so we don't want to have this field as a text field, so we're going to quickly change it to a password field. And then finally we're going to add a button to submit the form, and we're going to call it btn login. And we're going to give it a class of btn-primary, and we're just going to call it login. So let's see what we got so far. Alright, so that looks good. What we want to do also is create a register page, and we're just going to create a simple register link, because you want to be able to have users register whenever they get to the website if they don't currently have an account. So there will be a flag in the database whenever we go to create that table for the users that says whether or not they're active. So you can have someone register for your website, but you don't necessarily have to turn it on to allow them access to the website. So another thing that we were doing inside of the header is this message session. We want to go ahead and copy this over and just put it right above the card, because it's going to be used in case a bad password is used, or something like that. We need to be able to display when they get logged out, and so forth and so on. So we're just going to kind of put it there, so whenever they redirect back to this page with an error message, it will show. And since we're not using the header like every other file is, we're just going to have to put it in there manually. Alright, so let's go to the database real quick. So I'm going to log in using WAMP, so root, no password, and then I'm going to open up our dev drawer, and we have just the employees table. So we're going to create another table called users. We want to have an ID field, first name, last name, username, password, active, and level. So that's 7 fields that we need to add. So let's go ahead and create our 7 fields. And the first one is going to be our ID field, and we are going to have it auto increment, and it's going to be set as primary. And then the next one is going to be our username, and it's going to be a varchar at 255. Our F name, again varchar 255. L name, varchar 255. Password, all of these are going to be varchars except for the active and the level flags. So we want to have it where it's defaulting as defined to a 0 for both of these, so that whenever they get added to the database, they're automatically set at a 0 level and they are inactive. So let's go ahead and save this right now. And currently we don't have anything in there, which that is good. So let's create some functions inside of our functions.php. Includes functions.php. We want to create some functions that allows us to do a login statement. So let's get down to the very bottom of this, and we're going to write function. So function do login, and you can call this whatever you want to call it. And we need to pass the variables username, and let's go ahead and set it as a potential null, and password as a potential null as well. Let's go ahead and I think we can come over here to our select statement that we created earlier to select all employees, and we can probably duplicate that for the most part. So let's take that and paste it in here. Let me close that so I can see. Then I want to do select star from users, where username equals question mark and active equals 1. Okay, so you might be thinking, how come I'm not sending over the password? Well, what we're going to do initially is I'm going to send over a flat text password, which is very insecure. Never ever do that in real time. But just to kind of show you the ease of use of doing it, I'm going to go ahead and create a just a flat text password so I can show you how it's logging in. So let's go ahead and bind our parameters. So we're going to do our statement bind param, and then we're going to be binding the username. So we're going to pass that username to this statement, and then we're going to execute our statement. We're going to get our results. We can leave this in here. Let's change the message on it. So let's say something like your account has not been enabled. Please contact an administrator. Okay, so let's go ahead and alright, so if they are if the account isn't active, even if they have the username correct, if it's not active, it's going to display this message. If it is active, we want to come in here, and we're not going to create a data row like that. We're actually going to create a session value that gets stored inside of the browser session. So as long as they have the browser open, they have session access to this website. So let's go ahead and create a session variable. And just so we don't get it confused with any other sessions later, we're going to make sure that we flag this one as a user. And then let's pass the ID for now. Okay. So let me go ahead, and since we're going to be using the sessions, we need to come up to the top of our page and put in a session underscore start, opening close parentheses. That'll just include the function for the session to start whenever the functions.php is loaded, which is on pretty much every single page. Okay, so now we have our session here. We want to pass as many variables as we can. And again, like I told y'all before, this star is not the way to do this in production. You want to do specific, fname, lname, username, level, whatever it is. But for right now, we are going to just pass everything to it. So we're going to gather the ID, fname, lname, username, and the level. So let's go ahead and update this information. So lname, then lname here, username, and level. So we don't need to pass the active flag because we're already figuring out whether they're active or not based on this statement. They won't even be able to get here unless they have that statement. Okay, so let's go ahead, and if the session is valid and it creates the session, we're going to redirect them using the header location. We're going to redirect them to the current index.php. Alright, so let me just look through it real quick. Now, we should be able to technically log in with just a username right now for any accounts that would be active. So let's try it. There's not any accounts in there, so let's just do ASDF and log in. Session has already been started. Oh, I already have a session started. That's because I'm passing the session for the messages. That's fine. So we already have our session, but just to reiterate why I did that is because we were using the session value, variable to store values that we wanted to pass to the customer that's viewing the website. So let's try that again. Let's go to our login page. If the session message is here, so let's make sure we're setting that session message. If there is no result, select users for username and active. And our database is called users. Okay, that's good. Okay. Well, it may be because it's not able to actually prepare the statement and bind the parameters because there's nothing there. So let's go ahead and add in a temporary user account here. Let's do insert. We're going to do tester. F name is going to be test person. I'm just going to do a flat text password, which we will change, and then we're going to flag it as active. All right, so now let's see. We did tester and password. So let's just try tester and see if that works. Does not. Alright, so oh, well, I guess that makes sense. We're not actually calling the function up here. Alright, so let's remove all employees, and we're going to we have that button that we set below, so we're going to do if is set, then we're going to do the post the btn login that we created earlier, and then we're going to pass the username, and it's going to equal the post username, and the password is going to equal the post password. And let's go ahead and end if, and then we're going to pass those to the function. So username, and then password. Okay, now if we try it again, it logs us in. Alright, so let's go back to the login page just so we can test out a bad login. So the account has not been enabled. Please contact your administrator. So we're passing this password, and whenever you go to use a password or set a password, you want to make sure that it's encrypted. So for right now, I'm just going to show you the way to not do it, and that would be to do something like this, where you need to have the you're passing the password as a text, as a string, rather than as a flagged value that's verified and encrypted. So let's just see what this looks like with the password being sent over as plain text. Equals question and active. So this is the way that we're going to do it to pass it as a text, no encryption on it, and it is a terrible way to do it. Don't ever do that in real life. So we're going to do tester and then password as the password, and it allows us to get in. So if we try to come in here and do, let's see, tester and 1, 2, 3, 4, it tells us that it's not enabled because it is hitting that text password right here, which is just another way that it's verifying, just like it is a username. There's no encryption at all. So I'm going to go ahead and remove this completely as to not forget it there. I just wanted to show you the way to not do it. But you may be wondering, how do you actually pass that password into this statement? You don't. What we're going to do is we're actually going to pass a hashed version of the password. And the way we're going to do that is, first I'm going to create the hashed version as if it was something that we already had in the database. So let me see, I want to add it. Trying to remember. Alright, there we go. I'm just looking at my notes here. Alright, so we're passing that password. We're going to be passing the password. So what I want to do right now is going to write out a statement that will hash the password for us. So we're passing it already, so we're going to do password equals password hash. And this is a function that is used commonly in newer versions of PHP. If you have an old version of PHP, this may not specifically work for you, but if you have an older version of PHP, you definitely need to upgrade because stuff like this exists. You don't want to have to, you know, SHA-1, SHA-2, SHA-256, SHA-512, or MD5. They're good if you hash it, rehash it, salt it, you know, do all that kind of stuff to it. It's still very insecure though. This password hash functionality has been proven effective to be better than what was currently out there prior to, I think, 5.6 for PHP. So if you're using an older version, upgrade so you can use something like this. If you're using a newer version and you're still using SHA-1 or SHA-256 or 512 or whatever it is, keep in mind that there is other options out here that you don't store passwords and then encrypt them. You create hashes that match those passwords. So this is what this function would do. So let's go ahead and continue, and we're going to pass our password to it, and then we're just going to set the flag as password default. There's other options that you can add to this if you wanted to customize it a little bit, but I'm just going to use password default for this tutorial. So I'm not actually going to pass it anywhere. What I want to do right now is just echo it out so you can see what that hash looks like. And then we're going to add that hash here instead of the password so we can actually create the account the way we want to. So let's do tester and then password. And let me go back because I need to prevent it from redirecting whenever it's successful. So let's take that off for now. Do tester password. So this is the hash that it's given us for this password, and there's a lot of variables that go into creating this hash, so that's something that you need to keep in mind. You're not passing a password to your database. You're storing a hash that references elements of the dashboard that's got all kinds of encryption in it. So it's unique. You could have two people that are using the same password, but because they have different usernames, it's coming off as a different password. So it's a lot of different things that go into play in order to make this password be what it is. Okay, so now that we have our password encrypted, let me go ahead and get rid of this echo statement, and then I'm going to turn the redirect back on. And if we try to do it again, well, it's because we're not checking for it. So let's go ahead and check for it. So we have the password that's being hashed. Let's go ahead, and I want to take this, and I just want to take it out because we're not going to be using this, but I'm just going to come down here and comment it out because we are going to be using it later when we go to create a new user. But for right now, we're just going to be logging in the user, so we're going to do a password verify instead of a password hash because we don't need to do the hash. We need to verify the hash that's in the database against what we are sending over to it. So while we're in this section right here, we want to, since we're pulling the password and all of the user information from the database, we're going to do a if statement here. So if password underscore verify, and then we're going to pass our password, and then we're going to pass a hash, very hard to say, pass a hash of the password that's coming from the database. So if it is, then it's going to redirect it, create the session, all this kind of stuff. If it doesn't match, then it's going to display another session message, which we're going to put right here. Close out our if statement, and we're going to change this to say your username or password is incorrect. Please try again. And the reason why I put username or password in there is because you don't want to tell potential hackers that they got the username right but the password is incorrect. So put something on there that says username or password just to kind of make it a little bit more difficult for them to guess exactly where they're at in trying to hack your system. Okay, so we're gathering our hash as it's just returning whatever's in the database. So we're going to do row password is our hash. So now if we run this page again, we should be able to see that there's it'll let us in like that, or if we type in a bad password, so I'm going to do 1234 again, it says that it's incorrect because now it's actually looking at comparing that hash to what you're entering in here to see how accurate it is. Okay, so that's basically the login of it. What we want to also do is to make it where like right now, if I'm not logged in, I can still go to the slash and display this page. What I want to do is create a function that is going to prevent any of these pages from being displayed unless I log in accurately. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up my header.php here, and then I don't really need this anymore. I'll keep it for now. We're going to modify this later to actually display your name. So let me come up here and we're going to add another PHP tag. PHP if is set, no, if it's not set, and we're going to be looking for that session user. If it's not set, we're going to redirect them to the header again. I'm sorry, it's going to be header location redirect to the login screen because they're not logged in. We want them to log in. And then we're going to exit out any additional code that gets processed. Then we're going to close our end if and close our PHP statement. So right now, because I've already logged in, if I go to refresh this, it's going to be fine. What I need to do is end that session. So in our header, we're going to add a logout next to this username right here. So on this side right here where we have our welcome message, we're going to add in just a link that goes to a logout page. So logout, and then we're just going to have it say log out, and then close that parentheses. And let me add a space in between the last name and that. So right now the logout page doesn't exist, so let's come over here and create a new file called logout.php. In this logout.php file, we are going to just do something very simple. PHP, we're going to include our functions file because we're going to create a function that does a logout for us. So include functions.php, and then we're going to call this function that we're going to run do log out. Alright, so inside of our functions.php, we need to create a new function. Let me put a comment on this so we know where we're at. So this is going to be the login statement. And then let's go down here and we're going to do log out statement. So we're going to call it function, or we're going to set the function, we're going to call it do log out. And then we're going to unset the session that we created for the user on a successful login. So that's just the entire thing. We're not going to worry about the individual items in it. We're just going to close out the entire thing when they go to log out. So everything's removed from the user session. So we're going to pass a success message and let them know that they have been successfully logged out. So they don't wonder why they just bounced to the first screen to log in if they accidentally might have clicked something. And then we're going to redirect them using the header location, and we're going to once again redirect them to login. And then we're going to exit out the code so that it doesn't process anything else. So now if we refresh this, we have our logout. We click on it, and it's going to bring us to our login screen where it says that we have been successfully logged out. Okay, now to test the theory that I had earlier about not being able to log in or see the pages when you're not logged in is that it's not doing what it's supposed to be doing. So in the header file, we check to see if the session is set, then we redirect it. Location needs to have a colon. Okay, now refresh. Alright, so now any other page, so if we try to do the update ID1, it's going to redirect us to this login screen. Alright, so that's exactly what we wanted to do, so let's go ahead and log back in. Tester passwords, everything's good. Click on update, everything's good, we can still see everything. So now I changed the success message. I don't know if y'all saw that, but I misspelled success, so that's why it did not show it in that green background. Alright, so now one other thing that I want to do is make it where whenever you log in that it adds you to the header up here. So instead of doing select single where it's currently grabbing whoever is the single employee, we want it to be select single user. So let's try tester password. So John Doe is who it's currently getting from here because that's how we coded it last time. So we are going to create a new function and we're going to call this, let's see, select single statement. And this is going to select a single user, so we're going to call it select single user. And then we're going to pass an ID, and we're just going to set it as null just in case it doesn't get passed for whatever reason. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy the select single that we've already done for the employees, and we are going to add this here and just change it from employees to users. So this is pretty much the exact same thing. And now inside of here, instead of doing select single, we're going to do select single user, and then we're going to pass that session variable that we did for the ID. And this will give us that ID. Okay, so everything looks good there. So if we refresh this, now it says welcome test person, which is who we are because we are first name test person, first name test, last name person. Okay, so now we want to create the ability to register a new account without being an administrator of the website. So let's come over here and log out. So that's the basic authentication, log in, log out. That's pretty much what you need to do. If you don't want to allow people to register accounts, you can do it pretty quickly like this, and you can just add new accounts to the database. But what we're going to add right now is that register.php page, which is going to allow them to create their own registration or register for their own accounts. So register.php, and inside of this we are going to copy over, let's just say we're going to copy over our login screen. And inside of this, we're going to obviously not do a button login, we're going to do a button register. So we'll change that when we get down to the form. And whenever we're adding them to the database, we're going to add username, first name, last name, password. We don't want to have to worry about active and level. We're actually going to do that as part of the administration panel. So we're going to pass username, first name, last name, and password. So username, password. We need to also create a field for fname. And let's do this. Fname, and then one more for lname. Okay, so let's come over here, click on this, and we see this. So let's scroll down a little bit. We can keep the message here. Let's come over here and do register, and then we're going to change this to register. So we're going to have the username, the password, and then we're going to create two more fields. And just to clean it up the way that it looks a little bit, I'm going to throw these into the Bootstrap rows. And I'm going to do column MD-6. Let me close this. It's wrapping too much now. Alright, so now I have my labels, I have my divs, and let me duplicate, let me go ahead and just change this to fname, first name, fname, fname. And then I'm going to copy this entire section, and we're going to change this to lname, 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 and then last name. So now if we refresh our form, There's first name, last name, username, password. We no longer need to have this register link anymore, so let's go ahead and get rid of that. We can change this to register, and then set the btn login as btn register. Register. Okay. Alright, so we got it doing everything that we want it to do on the registration page. So now we just have to process what it actually does up here. So we need to create the function, and let's call it create user, and we're going to pass username, password, fname, and lname to that function. So let's go back to our functions, and we're going to now create a function called create user. So create user statement. And like I said previously, we're going to actually be able to create a user in the administration panel as well, and then you're going to be able to give them active and level specifics. So we're actually going to create this function to be a dual purpose function, and you'll see what I mean whenever I get there. But let's go ahead and create user, and we're going to pass the username equals null, the password equals null, fname equals null, lname equals null, then we're going to pass active equals null, because on this part of it, it's not actually going to call that. Whereas on the part in the administration, it will call it, and it will be using a drop-down list box to do it. So we wouldn't necessarily have to put null on here, but because we're making it a dual-purpose function, we're going to go ahead and add it on there so that everything gets passed to where it needs to. Alright, so I'm going to come up here and I'm going to copy the insert statement that we previously did. And because a lot of the functionality of a CRUD system, it's all the same. You just have to have it go into different places. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to insert into users, and we're going to insert everything. Even if it's null, it's just going to come back as a null, which is a 0 in the database for us. Alright, so we're going to do fname, and I'm going to keep them in order so that based on what they are in the database, so we can reference it later. Then let's do username, password, active level. How come my level is weirding out on me? Okay, so we're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we're going to do 6 question marks. 4, 5, 6. It's got me a little worried, but I guess we'll see if it breaks or not when we go to do it. And we're also going to be doing, we're passing 1, 2, 3, 4 strings and 2 integers, which are going to be updated like so. So username, password, fname, lname, active, and level. And then we're going to execute it after we bind it the parameters to our statement. We're going to execute the statement, and then we're going to close it. So what we need to do right here is, since we're going to be adding it in the future so that our administrators can create a new user in the administration panel, we want to display a different message for them compared to someone who is going to be just creating an account that's not currently logged into the system. So we're going to do if is set, and then that session user, and if it is set, then we're going to display a success message that says that you've successfully added a new user. And then we're going to redirect them to, we're going to create a page called users. and then we're going to do else. Let me just copy over this because it's the same thing, and then we're going to do end if, and then it's going to be another success message, and we're going to say you have successfully created a new user. Once approved, you can log in here, and then we're going to redirect them to the login page. So whenever they create a new user, that's where this password hash functionality is going to come into play. So whenever we create a new user, we have to hash the password and then store it in the database. So let's go ahead and right after our right before our statement, we're going to just hash that password using the password underscore hash that we've seen earlier, how it works. Now for this, let's go ahead, and if the active is null, we're just going to set it as a 0. If it's not null, we're going to just pass it. So if active equals null, we're just going to do active equals 0, and we're going to do the same thing with the level. So if it equals null, level equals 0, then end if. Okay, so this will add a new user to the database with a hashed password. It will check to see if they're active, if they have a level, and if it's being done through the administration panel. So let's go ahead and test it out, and hopefully this whole thing right here not changing color like the rest of it. Let's see what it does. So let's say we want to register John Doe. Wait, before I do that, I keep forgetting to do this. Create user. Okay. Alright, so just making sure I actually called the function this time, because it seems like I always forget to do that. And then we're going to do jdoe, and password is going to be password once again. And hold on, let me refresh this because that's changed. So John Doe, jdoe, password. Register. You successfully created a new user. Once approved, you can log in here. So let's browse and see if it actually created it, which it did. So I guess maybe it's just the visual code itself is weirding out on me, but it worked. Alright, so let's go back to our functions. One thing that we want to check for is if you come over here to register, you could essentially register jdoe multiple times, which is very insecure. So what we're going to do is we're going to add a select statement that checks to see if a username is being used. If it is, then it's going to display a message that they can't use that username. If it's not, then it'll just pass through it. Okay, so I'm going to find the select statement that we use, and let's just take this one. Alright, so we're going to bind it, we're going to execute it, we're going to get the rows just like so, and then let's come back down here, and directly after our MySQL connection global statement, this is where we're going to add it into. So now let's come over here and select from users where username equals this. Currently we don't care if they're active because it's just going to be checking to see if that username exists. We don't want it to change if they're active or if they're not active. We just want it to come in here and say, okay, the username does exist, so we're going to move forward with it. Okay, so if the result has rows, we're going to push over a message statement. Else, we're going to run the code that we just created for this. And I need to go over here, then end if. Okay, so let's pass a message to them if it's already been created so that they will be aware that it's been created. And it's no longer a success message, it is a danger message. and we're going to change this to the username you chose is taken. Please try again. Alright, so let's look through this code real quick. So basically it looks to see if the username exists. If it does, it's going to, so if the results equal greater than 0, it's going to display this message. Otherwise, we want it to come in here and we're going to run it through a while statement. So while the, actually, do we need to? I don't think that we need to. So let's not do the while statement. Why am I doing all? Okay. All right. So I'm just thinking out loud here. So we got our if else end if end if else end if. All right, I'm just looking through the code to see why this is unexpected. Why is this? Oh, I don't know why I'm even. Yeah, I knew that. Alright, so let's just go ahead and exit after this because we want them to be able to see that message. We don't need to do it up here because they're never going to leave this page, but on here we want them to be able to see that message that they've successfully created a new user or they successfully added the user. So if we come back over here and we register Johnson Doe and with the same username of John Doe, even if we change the password, it should not go through. Don't you just love whenever that happens, whenever you're live recording? So it's not flagging it for some reason. Hold on a second. Let me look through the code real quick. So we're going to create the user. We're going to prepare the statement. We're going to bind the parameters. We're going to execute it. We're going to get the result. If the results, oh, okay. So right now I'm saying if the results don't equal, if they do equal to one that's being there, to display the message. Or if they don't equal to one that's there, display the message. If they do, then let it go through. So right now I'm going to say if it doesn't equal to 0, which will mean that it passed one that it found, that's whenever it would display this message. So let's try this again. So let's go back to our register page. We're going to do Johnson Doe with the username of jdoe and a password. Register. The username you chose is taken. Please try again. So that's the way that it should have worked. Okay, so now that we have, we've created our login and our register page, I want to throw in some JavaScript on there the same way that we did the initial form.validate because I don't know if you noticed because I kind of rushed through it, but you have the register class and you have over here you have the login class. So in our JavaScript we're essentially going to copy what we did for the let me get to it. We're going to copy what we did for the form and we're going to make it where now it's going to check for a login and a register form. So first let's do login and we're going to change this. We don't need this for the login page. We just need to make sure that they're logging in. So the username and the password is required. And then let's go ahead and get rid of this because this is no longer needed because there's no phone number. And then we're going to do username, a username is required, and then password, a password is required. The rest of it we don't really have to change, so I'm going to go ahead and hopefully we should be able to go to our login screen. Let's just in case do a hard refresh and let's try to log in. Alright, so a username is required, and let me put this together because that's how I have the label. So a username is required and a password is required. So if we do tester, no password, everything looks good. Alright, so now we're going to do the same thing to our register form. So let's take this now and the register. part. So the register here is going to actually be used for the administration panel as well as the non-logged in user section. So let's do register. We're going to validate the username, the password, but we're also going to validate the F name and the L name. Alright, so F name, L name, whenever they're creating a new password, we want to give them a minimum requirement. So kind of like we did with the other one with the min length. And I'm going to set this one to 12 just because it'll make it a little bit more secure for their password, so you don't get like a a dad or a high password. You get something that's actually kind of that they have to think about. There's other ways that you can do password validation through this jQuery form validation. I'm not going to get into that part right now because it's you have to import another script to be able to do it, or you have to create your own functionality to be able to do it in here. So I'm just going to set the minimum length right now, and if you wanted to do more than that, you're more than welcome to. For this tutorial, it's not that important. Okay, so we're going to do F name, L name, and let's see, first name, last name is required, username is required, a password is required, and we're also going to do the min length that we did on the other one. So this is what we actually have to put in there for the message for the password. We're going to change this to password. A password is required because you don't want someone registering for an account if they don't have a password. So let's come back over here, do a hard refresh, and now we register. So now we type in this, and these 12 characters are required. So that's exactly what we wanted to do. Let me go ahead and on the register.php page, I'm going to come over here and put a link that goes back to the login page in case they accidentally click that. So we're going to go to login, and let's just say cancel. Okay, so let's go back to our login page, and we're going to log in now. Alright, so now that we have that, we want to create the administration part to be able to update those users. So I'm going to go ahead and close out of this header file because we don't really need it right now, and the login file. We can keep our initialize.js open because we are going to use it later to do a variation of this data table. But for right now, let me create a new file called users.php. So in our users.php, I'm going to copy over what we did on the index.php because we are going to be using a data table on this page. Alright, and then we're going to have to create a, we're going to use the function the same way that we did with our data table on the home page. We're going to use it for this users page. So let me save this so we can go to users. Wow, okay, users. Alright, so we want to change this up a little bit. Let's say instead of doing the FA check circle, let's say users, and we're going to name it users. So what I want to do that's a little bit different here is that we're going to have a place for you to see the current users as well as add a new user. So I don't want to create a new page for the add new user. I want to show you how to do it with the Bootstrap tabbed interface. So if you do Bootstrap tabs, they have their navs, and you scroll down to the very, very bottom of this. They show you how to do it. We're going to do it like this. So they already have the functionality in here. Another benefit about using Bootstrap. So let's go ahead and copy this over, and we're just going to put it right below it. So let me minimize this again so I can see what I'm doing. And we don't want to. You don't have to have it in the nav. They have it in the nav, but we don't want to have it in the nav. We have a nav for our header, so we're just going to take it out right there. All right, so we got our div nav tabs. Let me go ahead and get rid of some of this stuff. So this area selected and controls, they're for ADA compliance and things like that. They help with some scripting. So for this purpose, I'm just going to remove them altogether. So we don't need to have that in there at all. And we need to change this to go from nav home. We're going to make it say something like users. Let's go ahead and get rid of this role as well because we really don't need it either. And then we're going to change this to, I guess, users. I guess we can probably go through the whole thing doing it this way. So let's see, users. And down, so this is the top part of it. So I'll show you that what it looks like real quick. So that is the top part I'm editing right here. You see the 3 dots? They're actually being controlled through this section here. So we only need 2 of them. So let's go ahead and get rid of that one. Let's go ahead and get rid of this second link, and then we're going to do add new. For this one, we can also get rid of all of this information, and let's do nav. No, not nav. We're going to take away the nav, and we're going to put add. And then let's do the add tab, users, add. All right, so that looks good. We got rid of this. We don't need to have these again. I'm just trying to simplify the code a little bit. It is recommended y'all have those in there, but for right now, you don't need to have them in there. So let's say we name that one users, and then we name this one add. Alright, so let me get rid of the 3 dots, and we're going to place this inside of this. Let's make it a little cleaner so I can see what I'm doing. And then we'll leave this one blank for now, but we're going to update that one shortly as well. Alright, so now if we come back over here, we got our users, add new. Not the prettiest thing right now, so let's go into our style sheet inside of our CSS folder. Let's scroll all the way down to the bottom, and I already know the name of this, but if you don't, it's just a way that you can find is just going through your Google Chrome developer tools. It's called tab pane, and what I'm going to do in this is I'm going to add a border that's 1 pixel solid. I do this a lot, so 1 pixel solid, and then I know that the highlighted items at the top for the nav is using DEE2E6 as the color for the border, and then we're going to remove the border from the top because there's already a border on top of it, and it kind of gives it that tabbed interface look, and then we're going to give it a padding of 2 rem so that it actually looks a little bit cleaner. So let's do a refresh there. So now it actually looks like more of a tabbed interface. So on the Bootstrap website, they don't really have it wrapped in anything, so that's why it looked like that. So that's if you ever do it this way, then that's something you're going to have to do often. Alright, so we don't need this anymore, so let's go ahead and close out of our style sheet. Let's start working with this table now. So inside of this table, we don't need the t-body just like we removed it last time. We're going to call this, instead of data table, we're going to call this users. So that way that we can control the route that it's going to be calling a lot better than it was. So we also want to display the ID if they're active or inactive, which is going to be coming over as a 0 or a 1 right now. We also want to display their username, first name, and last name. And there is no phone, so we can get rid of this. Okay, so now refresh it, and nothing is there. Okay, so this is the data table that we want to copy. But one of the things I want to do first is this route.php. we're going to create another route inside of it that is going to do get users. And then we're also going to change this to select all users, which I believe we've created a function for. If not, then I can create one. So that's select single user. So we need to create the select all users functionality for that. Sorry. Okay. All right. Lost my train of thought for a second there. I'm trying to look over my notes to make sure. There we go. All right. So select single user. We're going to come over here and we're going to do select all users. Then we're going to create the function called select all users. We're not going to pass anything to it, and we can scroll up here to our select all for the employees, and we can reuse that functionality here. Instead of select all from employees, we're going to select all from users. We can leave that danger message the same. We're going to be parsing it the exact same way because we're going to be calling it the same way. So we got select all users here. So now we need to, inside of our JavaScript, we need to create another data table that looks very similar to this one, but it's going to be calling a different route. So it's going to be calling get users. And we also called it the data table itself. We called it users instead of data table. We're going to be passing over the ID, the F name, the L name, and then we're also going to be passing over whether or not they're active, and then their username. And we also still want to have the ability to update and delete users from here. So instead of doing update, we're going to do update user and delete. Where is it at? Here it is. Delete user. Okay, so we need to create those files in a second, but I just want to make sure that the data is pulling across. We also, it's going to be the 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th column that we don't want to order. Alright, so that should give us, okay, it is kind of sort of working. It is not parsing over the data. Close this and got our route. So it's get users, data encode is select all users, and inside of here it's get users, show ID active, yeah, phone was still included. So if you have any of your variables messed up, it's not going to show it to you. It's still showing something there. Let me check on the users page. So ID active, username, first name, last name. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think I might have put a 6 in there. I did. 5. That's because I counted the phone. Alright, that makes a lot of sense. There we go. That's better. Alright, so now I think that's enough for us to display what we want. So I'm going to come over here and I'm going to create the form for this add new, which is essentially the exact same form that we have for the register. We're just going to add a few new items onto it. So let's go right here and we're going to change that. So now refresh, add new, first name, last name, username, password, and then we're also going to give the administrator the ability to do a selectable list for the level and if they're active. So let's do level, change that, then we're going to do active, okay, so now we should have 2 more form fields. So level, last name. Alright, so what we want to do here is we don't want to give them the ability to type. We want to give them a select box. So we can change this to a select box. Get rid of the type. It's still going to be named level. It's still going to have the form class control or form control. We're going to close it out there. And then we're going to put in option value equals 0. And we're going to make this one be selected. And we're going to name this one's a level, so it's going to be 0, and it's going to be a read only. Alright, so let's copy this over. And we're going to change this to a 1 and make anybody who is a 1 an admin. That's not something that you necessarily have to do, but I think it'll, hold on, my code was acting a little wonky. Okay, so it's not something that you have to do. You can create more levels, but for this purpose I think that'll be sufficient. Alright, so this one is going to be active and active. Alright, so we can get rid of the input here. Why is my code? My fingers are slipping, I guess. Okay, so active class equals form control, and then we're going to do 0 equals inactive, 1 equals active. Alright, so going back over there, we got 1. Oh, gotta remove this. We don't want that admin to be selected every time. Alright, there we go. So now we should have our read-only and admin, inactive, and active. And I've been recording for over an hour. I gotta figure out a way to make these videos shorter. Okay, so I might have to end the video soon and start up a new one, but I think I'm going to at least finish out this part of it. Alright, so let's just do one final check through the form. Okay, so we got to add the form tag at the bottom. And then we need to come up here and we need to edit the button call in order to have the active field and the level field. So let's change that to active and level. Add active and level here, and then we also need to change this to btn create user, because that's what we called it down here in the form, I believe. So btn create user. Okay, let's just refresh this, and we're going to create Jane Doe. She's going to be inactive for now. Jane Doe, and then password 1234, since we are requiring 12 characters now. So if we hit create new user, it says now successfully added a new user, and you can see Jane Doe down here. So we're going to essentially take what we have and we're going to make it where we want to add a header navigation up here for the users, because currently if you are logged into the website, you can't see any of the users. You can only see the employees that's coming from a different table. So what we need to do here is open up our header.php here, and we're going to add another link here, and we're going to label it as users, and this is going to go to the users page. So now if we refresh, we have dashboard, create new. Instead of create new, let's say new employee. So that way it doesn't get confusing between create new and create new user. So now we can go to this page and see the information that we want to have for that. Alright, so we don't have an update user or a delete user page yet. So let's go ahead and create that, since we can access this page pretty quickly now. So we need to create a new page. We called it update user and delete user. So let's create a new page here, and we're going to call this update user.php, and a new file called delete user.php. Again, this isn't the way you would normally do it. You wouldn't have all of your files set up like this. It would be more like routed out, kind of like how we're doing with the current route over there right here. You would have different routes for different pages, but for this purpose, just to kind of show you all of the files that are required, this is how we're going to do this. Alright, so we got our update user and we have our create user. So I'm going to come over here to our users page and I'm going to copy all of this and paste it in here, because essentially whenever we get to that update user.php page, we want to display the same form that's on the add user. So we're going to take the form that we have inside of this and we're going to remove it and just put it inside of the container so that it's all by itself outside of those the divs that we were using to display those tabbed interfaces. So let's refresh that. Alright, so that's what we want to see. We also don't want to give the ability to a user or an administrator to update a password. We want it to be where if you wanted to have a user choose a new password, you would send them an email where it allows them to generate a new hash. You don't want to do that from inside of your system. It's just a personal preference, but I'm also not going to go over how to send that email. You just have to kind of use what you have right here, and you can create a route or a page that looks up in the database for the hash as well as an ID. You can combine them inside the email, but you can do that by using an update statement. So I'll let y'all kind of work out that how you want to. But the way that you would normally do it is put something like update or send password. Actually, let's do a reset password link. So it's just going to display this little link right here that you click on it. It'll generate an email to your users if you had emails inside of your system, which we do not. So this is something we're just going to skip over for now because it's pretty in-depth how we're going to do it. Alright, so instead of doing create user, we're going to do update user, which is going to change this to btn update user as well. And while we're at it, let's go ahead and change this to btn update user. So we can go ahead and get rid of the password field because we're no longer using that, and we're going to point them to a new function we're going to call update user. Let's go ahead and get rid of the password there as well. Now we have the ID that we need, so we need to create a function that grabs a single user. So let's open up our functions, functions.php. I'm going to close that so I can see everything, and then we're going to, let's first create the update user statement, and I'm going to do that by copying our previous update statement, because like I said, the functionality doesn't really change, so we're just going to paste it right here, and we're no longer using this, so let's go ahead and get rid of that. So let's change this to update user statement, and now we're going to change this to update user, and we're going to pass a username, which we are going to make it where it's not an editable field. It's just going to be a visual only field. And then we're also going to be passing the active flag, level, and ID. So the reason why we're not setting these to null because they're going to be using those drop downs, so it's going to be pre-selected. There's not anything that you can, you're not going to be able to pass anything else through it. So let's go ahead and change this to users instead of employees. We're going to set the username equals question, fname, lname. We're going to change this to active, and then we're going to change or add a level equals question, and then where the ID equals this. So we're going to be passing over 3 strings and 3 integers, which is going to be the ID, the level, active, and then over here we're going to be passing over the user name. Okay, so then it's going to, let's see, we don't need to change this because if they don't make any changes, we'll let them know. Successfully updated the selected user instead of employee, and that should be it for the update user function. So now what we need to do is actually get the user, and we already have this select single user statement. So at the top of our, let me close out some of these files because they're all over the place right now. Okay, so users, we need that one. Let's close that, close this, close this. Alright, so we got our update here. So we need to, inside of our updates user page, we need to get that user information and display it. So we're going to do user equals, if it is set, we're going to grab the ID in the get statement. And if it is set, we're just going to do select single user, get the ID, or we're going to return false. Okay, so now if we go back to this page, nothing's changed because we haven't added anything to it, but now we can go down here and set the value for this to be PHP echo user fname. And if we refresh, now we have, this is our test user because we're actually going to edit ourselves, which we don't want to do. So let's go and update Jane Doe. Alright, and then I'm going to copy this to here, and I'm also going to display it here, but I'm going to set the box as read only. So let's change this to username because we don't want to accidentally change someone's username. Their username is there, no one else can have it, so once they have it, they have it. This is just for reference to make sure you're updating the person that you selected. Now here it's going to be a little bit more difficult because if you remember in a previous video we were declaring these things, pretty much hard coding them in, but what we want to do in this instance is we're going to create an array at the top. It's going to be a very simple array, so don't worry about it too much, but essentially I'm just going to pass those variables. So I'm going to call it active array, and it's going to be an array, and we're going to pass the key of 0, and that's going to equal inactive. And we don't necessarily have to pass the key, it could just be inactive and active, but I'm just to demonstrate a point, we're going to be passing them over. And we also need to do the same thing for the level array. So level array equals array, and then 0 equals 0 dash view only, and then 1 equals 1 dash admin. Okay, so now we have two arrays that we're going to use inside of our select statements. So let's scroll down here. So inside of this, where we have our options, we're going to do a for each loop for these. So PHP for each active array as key, and we're just going to call the variable active. So if key equals the user active variable, we want it to display, make the option selected. So we're going to do selected equals, and we're just going to do this because this is the space. The selected will make that next item selected. Then we're going to do else, and then we're just going to make the variable for selected equal nothing if it doesn't equal it. And then we're going to do an end if, and then end for each, and we're going to close that out. So now we can actually come back in here, since we have our if statements, we can do echo option value equals key, and then selected, key, then select it. And you notice I didn't put a space here because at the top is where I put that space at. And then we're going to say active for the option label. Okay, so now we can get rid of these two. So before I do the other one, I'm going to go ahead and refresh it here. And you can see that it's currently inactive. So let's find tester. It's currently active. So let's go back over here to Jane Doe at inactive. Alright, so we're going to do this exact same thing to our level. So let's go ahead and get rid of these two. And we're going to do level array as level, and then the key has to equal the user, and then pretty much the exact same thing that we've done prior to this, and we can verify that here by going to this one, level array as key is level, if key was selected this, echo key selected level. Over here, I think in the database we have the level. Oh, we don't have any of the levels set. Okay, so let's change this to a 1. Now if we refresh, admin. Alright, so that's what we wanted to see. So now we have an administrative user, and then we have Jane Doe, which is our regular user. So let's go over here and let's edit Jane Doe and say we want to do Jane Doe. Then we're going to update that user. Too few arguments for the function update user. Create user, update user. We're passing username, fname, lname, active, level. Username, fname, lname, active, level, ID. Okay, so that makes sense. So we actually need to do a input type equals hidden value equals echo get ID, and then we're going to name this ID. Alright, so let's go back here, refresh this, and I'm just going to verify that it's grabbing the correct ID, so ID of 7, ID of 7. So let's change this back to Jane Doe, hit update user, too few arguments. I need to pass it now. Alright, so ID equals ID post. So now let's just refresh this. There we go. Successfully updated the selected user, which we can see now she's Jane Doe. Let's change her back to Jane Doe and update this. And let's go ahead and make her active. So now we can go over here and see that we have 2 active users. Okay, so the next step is going to be this delete.php or delete user.php. And inside of this delete user, it's going to be essentially the same kind of call that we have in our delete.php. We're just going to change the function that it's calling. So this is going to be delete user instead of delete. Alright, so now let's go back to our functions, and we need to create that delete user, which is going to be essentially the same thing as the delete statement that we have at the top. Alright, so we got our update, so we're going to put delete user statement. Delete from users, where ID equals the ID that's being passed to the delete user. Delete user, delete users. Delete user function. Okay, and then you select, successfully deleted the selected user. Okay. Alright, and then we want it to redirect to users instead of redirecting to the home page. Okay, so now let's go ahead and delete Jane Doe. Confirm, successfully deleted the selected user. Alright, so now we have the CRUD part of our user system implemented. So What we want to do is we have these levels that are set up for a reason. So, level 1 and level 0. So level 0 is just going to be a read-only employee. So we want to make it where when a level 0 logs into the website, they are not necessarily seeing new employees or users or any of this stuff. So we want them to see the dashboard and not even these update or delete fields, just a read-only version of the dashboard. Alright, so in order to do that, I'm going to create a function called auth for authenticate. So we're going to validate user can access pages. And essentially what I'm going to do with this function is I'm going to check to see if the session level is greater than or equal to 1. So if session user, because that's what we decided it was going to be in the previous video, is less than 1, we are going to display a message, and I'm just going to copy this over so I don't have to retype that whole thing. It's going to be a danger message, and we're going to say you are not authorized to view that page. Okay, and then we're going to do header location, and we're just going to redirect them to the dashboard. So that way if they click on anything that's not part of what they can actually do, it's just going to redirect them to the dashboard or the index.php page. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this function and we're going to add it to our header.php. Not our header.php. Where we should add this at. So if we want them to not be able to access certain pages, we need to add it to the certain pages. Because if we add it to header.php, it's going to make it where they can't log into any page. So let's say users. This is going to be the first one we want to add it to. So inside the top of our users.php, we're just going to, after the functions include, we're going to do the auth function. Essentially what that's going to do is, as soon as they hit this page, and if they're not authorized to hit this page, then they'll just be redirected straight out. So you are not authorized to see this page, authorized to view that page. My level is 1. I think I need to log out and log back in because I changed my level after I'd logged in and stored that session. So let's do tester and then password again and try it again. So the reason why it kicked me back last time is because I changed the variable for the level, but that was after I logged in, and the login is where they store the sessions. So the session was still reading as a 0 for my authentication level. But you saw what it did. It kicked me back to the home page and told me that I didn't have access to view that page. So for every page that I don't want them to hit, I'm going to include this auth code. You could create a new kind of like what we did with the header. You could do like an auth.php for anything additional that you would like to do for authorization. But for simplistic purposes, I'm just going to come in here and add it to each one of the pages that I don't want this user to be able to hit. Let me go ahead and close all of these to the right so I don't have to keep scrolling up. Alright, so there. And the register we need to keep, log out, log in, we need to keep free of it. The index, keep free of it. This one could use it. This one could also use it. The create could also use it. So now if we logged in with jdoe, so let's log in with jdoe, and I believe his was password. It's not been enabled. So let's browse, hit jdoe, and we're going to make it active of 1. Okay, so let's go back to jdoe. Password. Alright, so now if I try to click on this, it's going to kick me back to the dashboard every time. Okay, but that can get confusing. So what we're going to do now is we're going to check for that session variable and then change the navigation menu and then change the script that's calling this. Alright, so let's open up our header.php and I'm going to close all of these to the right again. Okay, so in the header.php we have these two links. So I'm going to wrap these in an if statement. So if session user level is greater than or equal to 1, just in case you ever wanted to do something in the future with it, display this. If not, then it just doesn't display it. And if. Okay, so now we should be able to refresh this and see that those links are now gone. So this part down here is a little more complicated. And I say that because it's not actually being pulled by PHP, so we can't just throw in a PHP script. But what we can do is change the class. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this code that we just did here, and we're going to go to our index.php, and over here I'm going to change, or I'm gonna modify this a little bit. So let's go ahead and put this all together, and it's going to be we're going to create a variable called table class equals data table, which is already there, else. And the else statement is going to basically say that whenever they are not an administrative user, we're going to call a different variation of that script. And actually, this is an echo statement, so let me do it the other shortcode way. So let's get rid of this for now. Actually, let me copy this over because I'm going to be using this in my echo statement. Alright, and let me close this. So now I'm going to come over here and I'm going to say PHP echo and then session, and it's going to check if it equals, is it greater than or equal to 1? If it is, it's going to display data table. If it's not, it's going to display data table simple. And then we just close out our PHP and get rid of the original data table call. Okay, so now if I come back over here and refresh, nothing's there because that script that controls this is actually not being hit right now because that data table simple doesn't exist. So we're going to go into our JavaScript and we're going to copy this and paste it down. So we're going to call it, nope, that's not the one we wanted to copy. Let's see, data table right here. So data table, and we're going to say data table simple. I believe how it was called, data table simple. All right, and then we're going to get the same get statement. We're just going to remove this, and then we're also going to remove this because it's no longer needed. Since there is not a column that doesn't need to be ordered. So if we refresh, hard refresh. Okay, so the reason why it's displaying it like this is because on the index.php it still has these that section there. So we're just going to come over here and essentially do the same thing that we did here, just for the th instead. So if it is good, we're going to display the th. And then if you can't, I'm going to not display anything. Okay, so now that should fix the formatting. There we go. Alright, so now if we log out with John Doe and we log back in with our tester administrator account, we can see that we still have all of the options available to us. So let's log out again and go back in with jdoe password. Alright, so now if we try to hit any of these other pages, so let's go try to users, it says that we can't access it. So that's exactly what we want it to do. So let's log out, and I'm going to look through my notes. I believe that that is going to probably conclude this video because that shows you the authentication. Alright, well, I think that was the full tutorial. I believe it was originally 6 parts, broken down into however long this video is. I believe it's over 4 hours. So hopefully you stuck in to the very end and you were able to build out a fully functional CRUD application using PHP, DataTables, jQuery, AJAX calls, pretty much everything, Bootstrap, FontAwesome. So it was kind of like an all-in-one tutorial to build a user-authenticated CRUD application using PHP. I hope you enjoyed it. It was, I think it was the very first set of videos I ever did, and I just wanted to kind of revisit those because I know I've had a lot of views on it and a lot of people that were looking at it, and some comments on it and stuff like that. So I just wanted to maybe make it where it was a little bit easier to digest if you wanted to look at the whole thing. Hopefully you enjoyed it. If you did, hit a thumbs up for me. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already subscribed to it. And for right now, I guess I'll talk to you later.